Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. The room was suffocatingly silent, save for the occasional creak of the old wooden house settling under the weight of time. Ethan's fingers hovered nervously over the creased map laid before him, tracing the paths he'd already taken, wondering where he'd gone wrong. He had been driving through the thick fog for hours, desperate to find a way out. But the winding roads seemed endless, and every time he thought he could catch a glimpse of the town's lights, they slipped away, hidden beneath the ever-growing mist. The eerie sensation that something was watching him made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. It wasn't the first time he'd felt this way tonight. No matter how many turns he made, how many signs he passed, there was always a sense of being followed. A pair of unseen eyes trailing him just beyond the fog. It had started with the gas station. A single car parked under the dim light, and the weathered attendant had given him an unsettling glance before telling him about the road ahead. "You won't make it through the fog," the man had said, his voice low, almost apologetic, as if he knew something Ethan didn't. Ethan had laughed it off at first. He was a seasoned traveler, used to long hours on the road. But as the hours dragged on, the fog thickened, wrapping itself around the car like a suffocating blanket. It was as though the road was alive, twisting and shifting beneath his wheels. His headlights barely penetrated the haze, casting only pale beams of light that danced across the mist, never reaching far enough to reveal anything beyond it. A sharp, scraping sound interrupted his thoughts. Ethan slammed on the brakes, his heart skipping a beat. The car shuddered to a halt, and for a moment he sat in stunned silence. Something had scraped against the side of the vehicle, something long and thin, like nails dragging across metal. His breath came in shallow gasps as he glanced nervously into the rearview mirror. Nothing. He reached for his phone, but the screen remained black, dead from the cold. The map in front of him seemed more like a suggestion than a solution now. His fingers trembled as he stared at it, unsure of where to go next. The road ahead was obscured, the lines barely visible through the fog, but something caught his eye, a faint flicker of light in the distance. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Maybe, just maybe, there was someone else on this forsaken road, someone who could tell him where he was, and why he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. His hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. He had to find out. He had to know. As he drove toward the light, a strange chill crept through the car, despite the heat blasting from the vents. His fingers clenched tighter around the wheel. The light grew brighter, but it didn't seem to get any closer. It was as if it was always just out of reach, always just beyond the fog. That's when he saw it. A shadow, tall and angular, flickered in the corner of his vision. His heart stopped. The silhouette was unmistakable, a figure standing on the side of the road, watching him. It was tall, unnaturally so, and its face was hidden in the darkness. The shadow didn't move, just stood there, waiting. Ethan's breath quickened, and his foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The figure never moved. It stayed where it was, staring, unmoving, as if it had been waiting for him all along. The light ahead brightened again, but it wasn't from any car. No, it was something different, something unnatural, like a flickering torch in the hands of a lost traveler. But no matter how hard he tried, Ethan couldn't make sense of it. His head was spinning, his eyes darting from the shadow to the light ahead, unable to look away. Suddenly, the fog shifted, and in that moment Ethan saw it clearly. A figure, not a person but something more. Its limbs stretched unnaturally long, its skin dark and mottled, with strange markings along its arms. The thing seemed to be moving in slow motion, its fingers twitching like spider legs, reaching for the car. Its eyes were hollow, black as night, and as they locked with his, a chill raced down Ethan's spine. Something inside him screamed to turn around, to run. But it was too late. The figure's mouth opened. No, it wasn't a mouth. It was a gaping hole in its face, lined with sharp, jagged teeth that seemed to stretch impossibly wide. A low, guttural growl emanated from the depths of that hole, vibrating through the air, filling the car with an oppressive dread. Ethan slammed on the brakes, but the car didn't stop. It kept moving, as if it were being pulled forward by an unseen force, dragging him closer and closer to the figure that stood at the edge of the road. Desperation clawed at his chest. He needed to escape, needed to get away. But as he glanced around, he realized something that made his blood run cold. The fog had closed in around him. There were no turns, no exits, no escape. The figure was closer now. So close Ethan could see its gnarled fingers reaching for the car. His vision blurred as he felt the weight of something cold and wet press against the back of his neck. His mind screamed for him to look away, to stop the car, to do anything to break the hold this place had on him. But he couldn't. The fog was alive. It was thickening around him. A web closing in, and the shadows, those damn shadows, were everywhere. They were moving, shifting, reaching for him. Then came the voice. It was faint at first, a whisper barely audible over the roar of the engine. But it grew louder, more distinct, until it was all he could hear. Run, Ethan, run, before it's too late. The whisper wasn't coming from the figure. No, it was coming from the shadows. The very air around him was alive with the voices of the lost, their cries echoing through the fog. Ethan slammed his foot to the pedal, but the car didn't respond. It was as if something had reached inside the engine, frozen it in place, and now he was just another prisoner in the fog. And then the figure's face appeared at the window. Its hollow eyes stared through the glass, unblinking. The fog pressed in around him, and the temperature inside the car plummeted. Ethan's breath fogged up the windshield as his hands trembled uncontrollably on the wheel. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. And that's when the voice spoke again, louder this time. You shouldn't have come here, Ethan. You should have turned back. The lights ahead flickered out, and the figure, with its gaping mouth and hollow eyes, leaned closer. Ethan couldn't fight the terror that gripped him. He had no idea where he was anymore. No idea what this place was, or what that thing was. But he knew one thing for sure: this was only the beginning. The world outside the car had vanished, swallowed whole by the endless expanse of mist. The figure's shadow pressed against the window like some unholy apparition, its gnarled fingers scraping the glass, making a sound that cut through the stillness, like nails on a chalkboard. Ethan could hear his heartbeat in his ears, pounding in time with the slow, deliberate scratches. A cold sweat had begun to pour down his back, and his breath came in shallow, desperate gasps. The air inside the car was thick with the smell of metal and something rotting, as though the fog itself was poisoning him. His hands, slick with sweat, refused to leave the steering wheel. His grip as tight as if he were holding on for dear life. But for what? The figure outside had no face, only a gaping void where a mouth should have been. And those eyes, dark and fathomless, burned into him with a hunger that made his stomach churn. Just drive, he whispered to himself, though his voice barely registered above the pounding of his pulse. But it was useless. The car refused to move any faster. His foot was to the floor, yet the speedometer barely budged. His mind was spinning, trying to process what was happening. The figure was gone for a moment, but only because the fog had thickened, a living, breathing wall that now encased him. He tried the brakes again, pressing down with all his might, but nothing worked. The vehicle had become a prison, and just like every other nightmare, it was only a matter of time before the true horror would reveal itself. Suddenly, A distant scream shattered the silence. It was a high, pitched wail, distorted by the fog, but unmistakable in its terror. It wasn't a person. It wasn't human. Ethan's skin crawled as the scream grew louder, reverberating around the car as though the fog itself was alive and angry. His head snapped to the rearview mirror, eyes wide, trying to locate the source. There it was again. The figure, now standing in the road behind him, its towering form flickering in and out of the mist like some demonic mirage. It was coming closer, but it wasn't walking. It was gliding, hovering just inches above the ground, its limbs stretched unnaturally long, bending at odd angles. The long, skeletal arms reached toward him, as if trying to drag him from the car and into the depths of the fog. Ethan gasped and slammed the gear shift into reverse. The car lurched backward, the tires spinning wildly, kicking up a cloud of mist. But the figure didn't move. It remained in place, unbothered by the motion. It was as though it were tethered to the fog itself. A creature born of its eternal shroud. His pulse quickened. This can't be real, he muttered, forcing himself to look ahead, knowing that if he turned back now, it would only make things worse. But just as he turned his head forward, the headlights flickered, dimming for a fraction of a second. Just enough for him to see the silhouette of another figure standing in the road ahead of him. He slammed on the brakes, screeching to a halt. The fog had thickened even further, but there was something different now. The air was heavier, oppressive, and the car's engine stuttered as though it were gasping for breath. Ethan's eyes darted from one end of the road to the other, but the two figures remained, blocking his escape. A low, deep voice filled the car, cold and cruel. There is nowhere to run. Ethan, you've already crossed the threshold. The words felt like ice in his veins. He tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge, as if the car itself had sealed him in. His mind raced. This wasn't just a fog, this was something else. Something ancient, something waiting. He glanced in the side mirror again. The figure was now only a few feet away, and it spoke once more. Turn around. Come with us. Ethan's blood turned to ice. The voice, if it could even be called a voice, was hollow and unnatural. A disembodied whisper that seemed to surround him. The figure's face, or the lack of it, was now at the window. That dark, empty void where a mouth should have been stretched open wider, as though it were grinning. But there was no sound, only an eerie, creeping sensation that the thing was feeding off his terror. His instincts screamed at him to drive, to break free, but every time he attempted to turn the wheel, the road seemed to twist and contort in ways that defied logic. The mist seemed to stretch infinitely, each turn revealing more of the same endless, empty road. There was no escape, only the fog and the figures, and the horrifying knowledge that something much older and darker had set its sights on him. For the first time in his life, Ethan felt completely helpless. The weight of the situation bore down on him, the realization creeping in slowly like a sickness. He had been driving through an illusion. This wasn't just some fog on an old, forgotten road. It was a trap, a place between places where the dead lingered and the lost were swallowed whole. And now, Ethan was part of it. A cold, twisting sensation gripped his chest. He wasn't alone in the car anymore. From the rearview mirror, he saw something, or rather, someone, sitting behind him. His breath caught in his throat as he whirled around. But there was nothing. The back seat was empty, save for the worn leather of the seat itself. But the presence was there. He could feel it, something watching him from behind. The voice spoke again, softer now, as if the figure was standing just over his shoulder. You shouldn't have come here. The fog never lets you leave. Ethan wanted to scream. He wanted to fight back, but the words stuck in his throat. The fog was thick, suffocating, and every breath felt like it could be his last. His hands trembled as they gripped the wheel, and his gaze flickered from the rearview mirror to the darkened road ahead. The lights blinked, and once again, he saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the road. But this time, it wasn't just one. They were all there. Dozens of them, figures in various states of decay, their skin rotting, their limbs twisted and wrong. They stood at the edge of the road, staring at him, their hollow eyes locked onto his, their mouths open in silent screams. It was too much. His breath hitched, his body frozen in place. The figures moved closer, their gaping mouths parting wider with each step. It was a nightmare, but it was real. Too real. Ethan slammed his foot down on the accelerator, the car's engine roaring as it surged forward, but the fog grew denser still. The figures were everywhere now, swarming around the car, their movements erratic, jerking like marionettes. His head spun. He could barely see through the windshield anymore. The fog had overtaken everything. Turn around. The voice echoed once more, and this time it wasn't just one, it was many. A chorus of voices, whispering in unison, from every direction. Each voice carried the weight of centuries, of lost souls trapped in the mist. Ethan's vision blurred, and then the car stopped. Everything stopped. The world around him vanished, leaving only an empty, suffocating void. The silence was deafening. Ethan sat frozen in the car, his hands still gripping the steering wheel as though they were glued to it. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like a drum. The fog, thick and oppressive, had swallowed everything. The world outside was gone. No road, no trees, no figures. Just the suffocating gray mist pressing against the windows. For a moment, he dared to believe he had imagined it all. Perhaps it was the stress, the isolation. Maybe he had fallen asleep, his mind playing tricks on him. But the cold air that filled the car, chilled, biting cold, told him otherwise. The engine was silent now, dead. The headlights no longer shone, the darkness creeping into the cabin. The unsettling voice, "Turn around. You shouldn't have come here," still lingered in his mind, twisting and curling like smoke. Then, without warning, the mist began to shift. It wasn't the subtle rolling of fog, but something more deliberate. The air seemed to contract, pressing down on him, forcing him to take notice. A faint sound reached his ears, a whispering wind that carried with it the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slowly, Ethan turned his head toward the side mirror, dreading what he might see. But there was nothing. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Maybe, just maybe, it was finally over. And then the headlights flickered back on. He gasped, his pulse skipping as the light illuminated the path ahead. An eerie, narrow street leading into an even thicker fog. But this wasn't the road he had been driving on. The landscape had changed completely. What had once been endless, desolate fog was now replaced by a shadowed town. The buildings, tall, decaying structures, stood in eerie silence, their windows dark and empty, as if no one had lived here in years, maybe decades. The street was deserted, except for the faint glow of light that barely penetrated the gloom. A town. A town that wasn't on the map. Ethan's hands shook as he released the brake and rolled slowly forward. The car's tires grated against the gravel road. The sound of crunching pebbles, the only thing that cut through the thick fog. The temperature in the car had dropped even further, and he wrapped his arms around himself, trying to fight the chill that gnawed at his bones. Where am I? He didn't want to stop. He didn't want to explore the strange, decaying town that appeared out of nowhere. But something, the voice, the pull of the fog, compelled him to keep moving forward. The town didn't look like it had been lived in for years, but there were signs, faint ones. A mailbox that creaked as the wind blew it open, a door ajar in the distance, a faint glow from what might have been a street lamp. The light flickered again, and the car's engine coughed, as though it too were uncertain whether it could continue. Ethan gritted his teeth and pressed on, the dread in his chest growing heavier with each passing second. He reached a crossroads. To the left, a long, abandoned alley ran between two crumbling houses. The buildings sagged, their doors swinging lazily on rusty hinges. To the right, the main road seemed to lead deeper into the heart of the town, where the fog thickened and the shadows pooled in the corners. Ethan turned the wheel sharply, following the main road. He couldn't explain it, but something was urging him to head deeper into the heart of this forsaken place. Maybe he could find someone to explain what was going on. Maybe there was someone who could help him. As he drove forward, the fog began to thin, revealing more of the town's eerie landscape. His headlights revealed a dilapidated sign hanging from a rusted pole. It swayed gently in the breeze, creaking under its own weight. The faded letters read, "Welcome to Ashford." Ashford. The name sent a chill through Ethan. He had never heard of this place. Ashford was not on any map. There were no towns by that name in the area. And yet, here it was, a decaying ghost of a place, standing in stark defiance of reality. Something about the town felt wrong. The atmosphere was thick with an unsettling stillness, as if the place had been abandoned by time itself. There were no sounds, no birds, no animals, no distant hum of civilization. Just the hollow silence that hung in the air like a shroud. Ethan pulled the car to a stop in front of a small, decrepit building on the left side of the road. A faded sign above the door read, "The Ashford Inn." The windows were boarded up, but there was a dim light flickering from within, casting strange shadows against the broken glass. Ethan hesitated, his hand still gripping the door handle. He wanted to leave, to turn the car around and race back into the fog, away from this nightmare. But there was something in that light, a flicker of hope. He couldn't explain it, but he felt compelled to go inside. He reached for the door and stepped out, his shoes crunching on the gravel. The air outside was even colder than inside the car, and it seemed to press against his skin, making every movement feel sluggish and unnatural. The eerie silence was almost suffocating. The door to the inn creaked as he pushed it open, the sound echoing in the emptiness. The interior of the building was dark, save for the soft glow of an oil lamp at the far end of the room. The air inside smelled of old wood and something faintly metallic, like rust. The walls were lined with shelves, though most of the items had been long abandoned, covered in dust. But it wasn't the shelves that caught his attention. It was the figure standing at the counter. The figure was tall, cloaked in a thick, dark coat, its face obscured by shadows. As Ethan stepped inside, the figure turned toward him, its eyes glowing faintly red in the dim light. The figure didn't speak, but the coldness in its gaze was enough to freeze Ethan in place. "Can I help you?" The voice was low, almost too soft, and yet it carried an edge to it that made Ethan's stomach churn. I don't know what's going on." Ethan stammered, his heart racing. "I was driving, and then I ended up here. This town, Ashford. How did I get here?" The figure studied him for a long moment, its lips curling into a subtle smile, though there was no warmth behind it. "Ah," the figure said, its voice dripping with something darker. "You've finally found your way here, then." Ethan took a step back, fear creeping up his spine. "Found my way here? What does that mean?" The figure stepped forward, its movement fluid and unnaturally smooth. "You've entered Ashford. But not just any Ashford. This place is where the lost go, those who can never escape." Ethan's pulse quickened, a lump forming in his throat. "I don't understand." "What are you talking about?" The figure's eyes glowed brighter, the red intensifying. "You've been drawn here, Ethan. And now, you'll never leave." The shadows in the room seemed to grow darker, pressing in closer, and the light from the oil lamp flickered and dimmed. The figure's smile widened, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest, threatening to burst through his ribcage. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls growing tighter, the shadows deeper. His legs felt like lead, unwilling to obey his command to flee. The figure before him, its glowing red eyes, its chilling smile had done something to the air. It felt heavy, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere of the room had thickened with every word it spoke. "You'll never leave," the figure repeated, its voice colder than the air outside, its words hanging in the room like a curse. Ethan's mind raced, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't form a coherent thought. The fear paralyzed him, wrapping around his chest like a vice. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, but all he could manage was a weak question. Why? Why can't I leave? The figure didn't respond immediately. Instead, it seemed to ponder his question, its eyes narrowing as though searching for something in Ethan's soul. The room seemed to darken even further, the shadows twisting and creeping like living things. Then, in a voice that sent a chill down Ethan's spine, the figure spoke again. "Because you were never meant to be here. You're part of it now, part of the town's curse." Ethan shook his head, trying to push past the rising panic. "What do you mean? I was just passing through. I'm not from here." The figure let out a low, almost pitying chuckle. "No, you're not. You're not from Ashford. But you've been pulled in, just like the others before you. Just like all the lost souls who wander through the mist, thinking they can escape." Ethan's mind spun. The mist. It was always the mist, wasn't it? It was what had led him here. What had made the road twist and turn into something otherworldly. He had never seen the town of Ashford on any map. It didn't exist in any reality he knew. But it was here, now, surrounding him, and the figure in front of him, its pale face hidden in the darkness, its smile wide and sharp, seemed to know far more than it was telling. "I don't understand," Ethan said, his voice shaking. "What curse? What do you want from me?" The figure stepped closer, its movement fluid, unnatural. It moved like it was made of shadows, flowing from one place to another without lifting a foot. As it came nearer, the temperature in the room dropped even further, and Ethan could see his breath misting in front of him. "You don't get it, do you?" The figure whispered, its voice almost a hiss now. "You're already trapped. You're already part of it." Ethan's pulse raced. No, I can't be. This is insane." The figure's glowing eyes bored into his, unblinking, cold, and eternal. "You've crossed the threshold. You were always meant to. The town called to you, and now it has you. Forever." With that, the figure took one final step toward Ethan. Its face emerging from the darkness, revealing a twisted, skeletal grin. The air around Ethan seemed to pulse with an ancient, malevolent energy, and in that moment, he understood that this place, this town, wasn't just a physical location. It was a curse, a prison that ensnared the souls of those who wandered too close, and Ethan had wandered too far. His instincts screamed at him to run, to escape. He spun on his heel and rushed toward the door, his feet slipping on the cold, dusty floor. The figure didn't chase him. It didn't need to. The fog outside had already crept in, snaking its way through the cracks in the door, as though it were alive, waiting for him to step back into its grasp. With every step Ethan took, the shadows seemed to close in, pressing against him like 1,000 unseen hands. The door was just within reach. But the mist outside was thick now, swirling with a presence that was both oppressive and suffocating. He reached the door and yanked it open with all his strength, stepping outside into the fog. But the world had changed. The town was no longer the place he had seen moments ago. The buildings were now warped, twisted versions of themselves, their shapes impossible, as though the very fabric of reality had been torn apart. The streets stretched out infinitely, curving in ways that defied physics. There were no clear paths. The mist had swallowed all sense of direction, leaving him with nothing but endless gray voids. Ethan turned back to look at the inn, but it was no longer there. In its place stood a black, empty space, as though the building had never existed. His heart raced faster, and he took a step back, panic rising. The town was gone. Or had it ever been real in the first place? He couldn't tell. A whisper, faint at first, brushed against his ears, but the words were unmistakable. "It's too late now, Ethan. You're one of us." His blood ran cold. Ethan stumbled back, his legs giving way beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, his head spinning, the fog swirling around him in ever-tightening circles. The voice was everywhere now, surrounding him, consuming him. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. The shadows pressed in even closer, and his vision blurred, as though the very world around him was being consumed by darkness. His mind began to fragment, bits of his thoughts slipping away like sand through his fingers. And then, just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, he saw something. A flicker of light through the fog. A shape, faint at first, but growing clearer with each passing second. He had to go toward it. There had to be something, someone, anything that could explain this. Maybe he could still get out. Ethan's legs moved without thinking. He stumbled forward, fighting the darkness, the fog, the very air that pressed against him like a suffocating force. His breathing became labored, his pulse a distant thrum in his ears. The light grew closer, brighter now, but as he neared, the fog seemed to fight him, pushing him back, pulling him toward the shadows. He didn't care. He couldn't care. He had to reach it. As his hand reached out toward the light, everything around him froze. The fog, the shadows, the whispers, they all stopped. In that moment, the ground beneath him shifted. Ethan gasped as the world seemed to crack open, revealing a black abyss. The light flickered once, twice, and then disappeared altogether, leaving him in complete darkness. The air around him grew cold, so cold it burned. And then, in the blackness, he heard the voice once more. "You'll never leave. Not now. Not ever." The air was so cold now that Ethan could feel it gnawing at his bones, its icy fingers reaching deep into his skin. His breath came out in short, panicked bursts, visible in the darkness, but it did nothing to warm the freezing emptiness surrounding him. The whispers had stopped, but the chill remained, sinking deeper with each passing second. His body trembled uncontrollably, his mind scrambling to make sense of what was happening. What had he done? How had he gotten here? He glanced around, but there was nothing. No town. No mist, no figures, just blackness. It was as if the world itself had been erased, leaving him suspended in a void where time had no meaning. The only sound was the pounding of his heart in his chest, the frantic rhythm that echoed through the stillness. His hands shook as he reached out, groping for something, anything, that could anchor him. His fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, a wall. But when he pressed harder, the surface yielded, melting away like smoke through his touch. No. He couldn't breathe. His chest tightened, as if the air itself was being drained from him. He stepped backward, his legs unsteady, his mind reeling. His heart thudded louder in his ears as he struggled to find his footing in the darkness. There was no direction here, no up, no down. He was completely disoriented, lost in this endless abyss. And then, in the distance, he saw it, a flicker of light, a faint glimmer, just barely perceptible, as if someone had lit a candle far off in the dark. His body jerked in its direction, almost without thought. The instinct to move toward the light, whatever it was overpowering. It called to him, beckoning him with an almost magnetic pull. With shaky steps, Ethan moved toward the light, every part of him screaming in terror, yet unable to resist. The dark around him seemed to stretch and shift, as though the abyss itself were alive, watching him, and it seemed to get colder with every step he took. Closer, closer. The light grew brighter. He could almost feel its warmth now, a welcome reprieve from the freezing blackness. But as he drew nearer, something felt wrong, unnaturally wrong. The light no longer seemed like a beacon of safety. Instead, it began to pulse, as though it were alive, breathing in and out, its rhythm erratic, unsettling. He stopped. The light flickered violently, and then, like a trap snapping shut, it vanished, leaving Ethan standing in the pitch black. He felt his body seize up, his breath catching in his throat. Panic took root, blossoming in his chest. He spun in place, desperate to see something, anything. His heart pounded, faster now, faster than before, and then he heard it. A soft, distorted sound, like someone whispering through a wall, too quiet to make out the words, but enough to raise the hairs on the back of his neck. It came from all directions at once, like 1,000 voices muffled by layers of cloth. Their words indistinguishable, but the tone clear. They were beckoning him, pulling him deeper into the dark. He wasn't alone. The whispers grew louder, twisting and warping into something inhuman, as if the voices themselves were changing, becoming something else. Something darker. Ethan squeezed his eyes shut, willing the sound to stop. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't take the isolation, the creeping dread that was wrapping itself tighter around his chest. His legs felt weak beneath him, and he staggered backward, desperate to escape. That's when it happened. The walls of the abyss, if there were walls at all, seemed to shift. The darkness pulled away, like a curtain being drawn back, revealing something far worse. A long, narrow passageway stretched before him, and at the far end something stood. A figure. The same figure that had haunted him since he first set foot in the fog. The one with the glowing red eyes, the one that whispered to him from the shadows. The one who had warned him, who had called to him, and now stood in front of him. It didn't move, not yet. It simply stood there in the distance, staring at him. Its dark, hollow eyes were fixed on him, glowing eerily in the pitch black. Its long limbs twisted and stretched, unnatural, as though it were growing, unfolding into something far more monstrous than before. Ethan's stomach churned. The figure was familiar now, but it wasn't human. Not anymore. It had become something else, something unrecognizable. Its body was a grotesque, fluid shape. Its face, if it could even be called that, morphing in and out of horrifying visages. A mouth stretched too wide, filled with too many teeth. Its arms, long, skeletal, reached toward him. Its fingers twitching, cracking like dry bones. The figure spoke. It didn't speak with a voice, but with the very air around Ethan, as though the words themselves were etched into the darkness, wrapping around him like chains. You've come this far, Ethan, but this is the end. The words hit him like a physical blow. His legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to the ground. The cold had returned, but this time it wasn't just the temperature. The very air felt cold, as if it were dead, frozen in time. And then the floor beneath him began to shift. It wasn't a floor at all, but something else. A mass of writhing, twisting shapes, like dark tendrils creeping up from the ground, pulling him deeper into the abyss. Ethan scrambled to move, but his body wouldn't respond. His hands dug into the smooth, slippery surface of the void, but it offered no purchase, no escape. The whispers rose again, louder this time, overwhelming him, drowning out his thoughts. You should never have come here. You should never have stepped into the mist. Ethan's breath quickened, panic rising in his throat as he was pulled closer to the figure, closer to the endless darkness. He tried to scream, but no sound came. His throat had closed up, as though the very act of fear had sealed it shut. And then, as if the figure was tired of the charade, it stepped forward. Its movements were fast, inhumanly so. One moment it was at the far end of the passageway, the next it was right in front of him. Ethan couldn't see it clearly, couldn't focus, but he could feel it, feel its presence pressing against him, suffocating him. It reached out a hand. No, not a hand. Something far worse. Long, twisted fingers, claws that scraped against the air, and then everything went black. Ethan awoke with a start, gasping for air as though he had been drowning. His heart raced wildly, his chest rising and falling with each desperate breath. He was no longer in the abyss. No, the darkness had vanished, but what replaced it was far worse. His surroundings were unfamiliar. Cold stone walls, damp with the passage of time, and flickering torches that cast distorted shadows across the room. He was lying on the ground, his body aching, his limbs stiff from what felt like hours of motionless paralysis. His fingers were stiff, as if he had been frozen in place for too long. Slowly, hesitantly, he pushed himself up, his legs shaking beneath him as he stood. The air around him was thick, oppressive, and reeked of decay. His senses tingled with the undeniable presence of something malevolent, something ancient and hungry. The shadows around him seemed to pulse with a life of their own, crawling along the walls, stretching and shifting like a living thing. Ethan stumbled forward, his hands brushing against the cold stone walls for support. The floor beneath him was rough, uneven, and covered in layers of dust, as if no one had walked this place in centuries. He could hear whispers again. Not distant, faint whispers, but close, surrounding him. The voices were fragmented, unintelligible, but they all carried a similar tone, one of sorrow, pain, and desperation. The voices of the lost. The voices of those who had been trapped here before him. He shuddered, his instincts screaming at him to leave, to escape before whatever cursed this place claimed him as well. But there was no escape. Ethan turned his head, eyes scanning the room. He was in some kind of underground chamber, the stone walls lined with faded carvings, ancient symbols etched into the rock like forgotten memories. At the far end of the room, a heavy iron door stood, its hinges rusted and old, but still intact. His gaze lingered on the door. He didn't know what lay beyond it, but something deep within him told him that the answers he sought, answers to this nightmare, to Ashford, to the shadows, lay on the other side. But there was no guarantee it would be better. He had seen what waited for him outside. The figures, the mist, the endless void. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, as though they were closing in on him. "You're too late," one voice croaked, its tone hollow and haunting. "You'll never leave, Ethan. You're one of us now." Ethan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he forced himself to move. He had to find a way out. He had to keep fighting. The terror gnawed at his chest, but the flicker of hope, the light he had seen before, kept him moving, kept him determined. As he approached the door, his eyes widened in horror. On the stone floor beneath him, something was beginning to rev. Dark, shifting shapes that seemed to emerge from the cracks in the walls, from the very ground itself. It wasn't a solid form, not like a person, but a mass of writhing shadows and tendrils stretching out to claim him. "No," he shouted, his voice breaking. His legs moved faster now, though they were stiff, uncooperative. The figures in the shadows whispered his name, calling to him, mocking him. "Ethan, come to us." They whispered in unison, their voices like the sound of wind through a hollow grave. His hand gripped the iron door handle, and with all his strength, he wrenched it open. The door creaked, its hinges groaning under the strain, but it gave way. On the other side, the room was bathed in dim, flickering light. The air was thick, but this time it wasn't cold. No, this air felt alive. It hummed with an energy that resonated deep within Ethan's chest, pulling him forward. The moment he stepped through the door, the whispers stopped. For the first time since he had entered Ashford, there was silence. But the silence wasn't comforting. It was oppressive, as though the air itself was waiting, holding its breath, watching him. His heart pounded in his ears, the weight of the room closing in on him. His eyes darted around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. He was in what appeared to be a grand hall, though it was difficult to tell the true size. The walls stretched up into the darkness above, disappearing into an endless void. The light came from strange, flickering sconces that cast twisted shadows along the stone floor. The room was circular, and in the center, a raised platform stood, surrounded by an intricate pattern of runes etched into the floor. Ethan's breath caught as his eyes settled on the figure standing in the middle of the platform. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form a distorted mass of shadow and light. Its limbs were stretched unnaturally long, twisted in ways that defied physics. Its face, if it could even be called that, was a featureless void, a gaping darkness that seemed to absorb everything around it. There were no eyes, no mouth, just an empty space where a face should have been, and yet Ethan could feel it watching him. The figure did not move, but the presence of it filled the room, and an unspoken weight pressing down on him, filling the space with a suffocating, malevolent energy. "Who? What are you?" Ethan croaked, his voice barely audible, though the question echoed in the silent hall. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it raised one long, twisted arm, its fingers stretching out, pointing toward Ethan. And then, in a voice that sounded like the wind howling through a forgotten cave, it spoke. "I am Ashford, and you are nothing." The words sent a jolt of fear through Ethan's chest, but there was something else too, something worse than fear. A deep, knowing sense of dread that surged through him like a torrent. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Ashford wasn't just the town. It was the force that controlled it. The power that trapped the souls of those who wandered too close, who tried to escape. He wasn't just in a cursed town. He was inside something much older, much darker. The figure stretched its arm toward him again, and this time, the shadows in the room began to move. Tendrils of blackness reached out from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, snaking toward him like hungry fingers. They wrapped around his legs, his arms, pulling him toward the center of the room. "No," Ethan screamed, struggling, fighting against the dark tendrils that bound him. His body fought with everything it had, but the shadows only tightened, pulling him closer to the platform. "You are one of us now, Ethan. You will remain here forever, just like the others before you." The world began to spin, the room twisting and warping. The walls, the floor, the figure, everything stretched, bending like a living thing, folding into itself. The shadows reached into his very soul, their coldness seeping into him, filling him with a darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. And then, just as the last shred of his resistance crumbled, he heard it again, the whispering voices, but this time they were different. "Welcome home." The darkness closed in around him, and with it, his final scream was silenced. Ethan's world dissolved into nothingness. For a moment, there was only the feeling of weightlessness, his body suspended, disconnected from reality. His mind, though still conscious, could not perceive anything. No light, no sound, no direction. He wasn't sure if time had stopped or if it had simply slipped from his grasp. All that existed was a void, cold and unyielding, as if he were adrift in an ocean of despair. And then, in the distance, a whisper broke through the silence. "Ethan." The voice was faint at first, like a memory calling from the deepest recesses of his mind. He couldn't see it, couldn't grasp it, but it was there. The voice was familiar, and it called to him with a strange urgency, a plea. "Ethan." The voice grew louder, stronger. It was pulling him, tugging at his consciousness like an invisible hand. He felt it, a pull in his chest, deep within his soul, urging him to listen. But as the voice grew clearer, so did the crushing weight of his despair. The feeling that he was lost, trapped in a place with no exit, no way out. And then, suddenly, there was light. It wasn't much at first. A flicker, a dim glow in the distance, barely visible, like the faintest hint of a star in a pitch-black sky. But the moment he saw it, the pull grew stronger, like a magnet drawing him toward it. He had no choice but to follow. He moved toward the light, no longer weightless, no longer adrift. His feet found the ground beneath him, solid and firm, though it felt like the very earth was shifting beneath his steps. The shadows around him receded, slowly at first, then faster, as though they were being chased away by the light itself. The whispers faded, leaving behind a haunting silence, broken only by his own labored breath. As the light grew brighter, the fog, no longer just fog, began to take shape. The air around him began to solidify, like mist turning into liquid, congealing into something more tangible. His surroundings morphed into a familiar scene, the streets of Ashford. But they were different now, distorted, warped, as though they were reflections of a world that no longer existed. Buildings stretched and bent in unnatural ways, their walls buckling under the pressure of an invisible force. The ground beneath his feet felt soft, almost like quicksand, pulling him deeper with every step. Ethan stumbled, looking around in disbelief. He was back in Ashford, but it wasn't the same. The air was thick with the scent of rot, and the sky above was an endless shade of gray, a dull, oppressive cloud that seemed to hover just above the buildings. He didn't know how he had returned, but he knew one thing for sure: he wasn't alone. From the shadows, figures began to emerge. Tall, emaciated, their skin stretched thin over skeletal frames. Their eyes were hollow, black voids, staring at him with an emptiness that chilled him to the bone. These were not the same figures that had haunted him earlier. These were the souls, the lost, the ones who had been trapped here long before him, and they were all staring at him. Ethan took a step back, his breath catching in his throat. No, this can't be real. But the figures continued to move toward him, their movements slow, deliberate, as though they were following an invisible command. They didn't speak, but their presence, heavy, suffocating, was all he needed to know. They were the ones who had been trapped here, just like him, and now they were looking to him. The whispers returned, but they weren't in his head this time. They were spoken aloud from the mouths of the figures, their voices hollow and distorted. "Join us," they whispered, their voices layered, overlapping like 1,000 mournful cries. Ethan's blood ran cold. He tried to move, tried to run, but his legs were frozen, heavy with the weight of dread. It felt like the world was closing in on him, like he was being suffocated by the very fog that had led him here in the first place. Suddenly, a hand, a skeletal hand, reached out from the closest figure, its long, thin fingers twitching as they brushed against Ethan's arm. He recoiled, but the hand grasped him, its grip cold, like ice. "It's too late," the voice said, its tone flat, devoid of emotion. "You're already here." A surge of panic coursed through Ethan. He yanked his arm away, stumbling backward, but the figures continued to advance, their hollow eyes fixed on him. "No, please." "I don't belong here," Ethan shouted, his voice breaking with desperation. He tried to turn and run, but the ground beneath him seemed to shift, becoming soft and yielding, pulling at his feet. It was as if the very earth was swallowing him whole, dragging him down into the depths of Ashford's cursed soil. "You are one of us now, Ethan," the figure with the outstretched hand said, its voice a hollow echo. "The mist never lets go." Ethan's heart pounded in his chest as he fell to his knees, the pull of the earth growing stronger. His hands scraped against the ground, desperately trying to push himself free, but the weight of the mist, the curse, the town, it was too much. And then, as if on cue, the fog shifted again. A new sound, faint at first, but growing louder, reached Ethan's ears. It was the sound of a door creaking open. Ethan's head shot up, his eyes wild with hope. Could this be it? Could this be the escape he had been longing for? Through the fog, just beyond the crowd of figures, a faint light appeared. It was a door, not the one he had come through before, but a new one, open and welcoming, a promise of freedom. Without thinking, Ethan pushed through the figures, stumbling forward toward the door. He could hear the whispers growing louder behind him, the figures moving in unison, their footsteps echoing through the fog. You can't escape, Ethan. You can never escape. But the door was getting closer. With each step, the whispers grew quieter, until they were nothing more than a faint murmur, drowned out by the sound of his own racing heartbeat. His hand reached the door, his fingers trembling as he grasped the handle. He didn't care what lay beyond it. He didn't care about the consequences anymore. He was done with Ashford. He was done with the mist. He needed to escape. With one final, desperate pull, he swung the door open. But what lay beyond it wasn't freedom. It was more darkness, more fog, more Ashford. And as the door swung shut behind him, he realized the truth. There was no escaping Ashford. It was a cycle, one that never ended, one that trapped him forever. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest as he stood frozen in front of the door, now closed behind him. The sound of it shutting, heavy, final, resonated in his ears, like the clang of a prison cell locking. He stared at the blackness beyond the door, his breath shallow, his mind reeling. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't comprehend how it was possible. The mist had returned. It swirled around him, thicker and colder than ever before. And the oppressive weight of the air pressed down on him, pushing against his chest. The shadows of Ashford had once again surrounded him, but this time there was something different. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a feeling that this wasn't just a continuation of the nightmare. It was something else, something older, deeper. As he tried to steady his breath, a low whisper echoed from the fog. It was distant at first, faint, but then it grew clearer, more distinct. You're trapped, Ethan. You've always been trapped. Ethan's pulse quickened, and his head snapped in the direction of the voice. His eyes searched the mist, but there was nothing. The fog parted momentarily, but all he saw were the same twisted, decaying buildings, the same broken remnants of a town that no longer existed. Who's there? He called out, his voice cracking under the weight of his fear. But the only response was the whisper, growing louder, more insistent. It's too late to ask who. You know. You've known all along. He clenched his fists, trying to block out the voices, trying to ignore the crushing realization settling deep in his bones. The door he had just opened, he realized now, hadn't been a way out. It had been a new beginning, a new chapter in the endless loop that was Ashford, a loop that had no end. The town. This cursed place wasn't just some isolated corner of the world. It was a prison designed to trap the souls of those who stumbled too close. Ethan wasn't the first. He wouldn't be the last. He staggered backward, his feet heavy, as though the very ground beneath him was pulling him deeper into the void. The walls of Ashford seemed to shift and bend, stretching and contracting, like the town itself was breathing, alive, watching him. Every step he took was a reminder that there was no escape. He thought back to the figures. The hollow eyes, the skeletal hands reaching out for him. He had felt their presence long before he had stepped foot in Ashford, hadn't he? The whispers, the strange pull, the nagging sensation that something was watching him from the moment he had driven through the fog. It was as though the town had been waiting for him, had been drawing him in, piece by piece, until there was no way to break free. The figure with the red eyes, the one that had spoken of the curse, was still somewhere in the mist, still watching, still waiting. Ethan could feel it. The presence, the hunger. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't let this place consume him entirely. But every attempt to move, every effort to fight, was like pushing against a wall. No matter which direction he turned, no matter how fast he ran, he was always brought back to the same place, the same twisted, decaying town. The same fog that closed in around him. You're one of us now, Ethan. The words came from every direction at once, their source impossible to identify. They echoed through the air, their tone final, resigned. Ethan squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head violently. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't. But deep inside, a part of him knew it was true. A part of him understood that there was no way out, no escape from the endless cycle. Ashford was alive, and it fed on the souls of the lost. The moment he had entered, he had become a part of it. His fate was sealed the moment the fog had swallowed his car. He collapsed to his knees, his hands trembling as they gripped the cold stone ground. The shadows seemed to dance around him, their twisted shapes mocking him. He could feel their presence, their hollow gaze pressing down on him. And then, as if in response to his despair, the air grew colder still. From the depths of the fog, a figure emerged, one he recognized immediately. It was the same figure that had first appeared to him in the distance, the one that had beckoned him, the one whose hollow eyes had stared into his soul. It moved toward him, its form shifting, the shadows warping around it like a cloak, its limbs twisted unnaturally, stretching and retracting in grotesque movements. Its face, a gaping void of darkness, loomed before him, the twisted grin stretching impossibly wide. Ethan's breath hitched. He couldn't escape it. He couldn't escape the figure. It was Ashford, its physical manifestation, the heart of the town. It stopped in front of him, and for a moment, the world seemed to freeze. "You wanted to escape, didn't you?" The voice was low, deep, and filled with an ancient malice. "You wanted to leave. But you're too late. Ashford always claims its own." Ethan's mind screamed for him to fight back, to break free from the suffocating grip of the shadows, but his body refused to obey. His limbs felt heavy, as though they were made of stone, his every movement sluggish, weak. The figure leaned down, its glowing eyes never leaving his face, its sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light. "You are one of us now, and you will never leave." With a sudden, brutal movement, the figure reached out, its long, skeletal hand grabbing Ethan by the wrist. He gasped as the coldness of its touch seeped into his skin, burning him from the inside out. He struggled, but the grip was unrelenting. The shadows closed in around him, swallowing him whole, pulling him deeper into the heart of Ashford. He tried to scream, but the darkness consumed him, smothering his voice, his soul. There was no sound, no light, no escape. And as the world faded away, Ethan realized the truth: he was trapped. Forever. Ashford had claimed him. Ethan's body felt like it was being torn apart, each breath coming in gasps as the shadows twisted around him, suffocating him with their cold, malevolent grip. His thoughts, once sharp, were now a haze, as if the darkness itself was blurring the edges of his mind, erasing everything that made him human. He tried to scream again, but no sound came. It was as if the fog itself had filled his mouth, silencing him, locking him in a place where nothing could be heard. His vision blurred as the figure, Ashford itself, towered over him. Its empty face leering down, its grin widening unnaturally, like it was savoring the terror that radiated from him. "You think you can escape?" The voice spoke again. But this time it wasn't just from the figure. The voice came from all around him, an omnipresent whisper that seemed to invade every corner of his mind. "You think there is a way out of this, but you are wrong." The air around him grew colder, so cold that it burned, biting into his skin like needles. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, his limbs numb from the relentless chill. He could feel the shadows, like tendrils of darkness, wrapping themselves around him, binding him to the very heart of Ashford. They crawled up his arms, his legs, their coldness seeping into his bones, rooting him in place. "No," Ethan whispered, though it barely reached his own ears. "This can't be happening. I have to leave. I have to get out." But there was no escape. The more he struggled, the tighter the shadows seemed to bind him, pulling him deeper into the abyss. The figure's laugh echoed in his mind, its hollow voice mocking him, tearing at his sanity. "You were always meant to be here, Ethan. This town, it doesn't let go. Not ever." Once you enter, there is no leaving. There is no freedom, only the endless cycle. Ethan's vision swung, the edges of his consciousness beginning to unravel. He could feel the weight of the curse, the inevitability of it all. He was trapped, lost in a nightmare with no end. And just as he thought he could no longer bear it, something shifted. A faint glimmer of hope, like the smallest light in the darkest night, flickered in the back of his mind. It wasn't much, but it was something. I can't. I won't give in, he thought, his mind clinging to that flicker of resistance. I can't be like them. I can't let Ashford take me. With every ounce of strength he had left, he reached out, mentally, desperately, trying to find something, anything, that could break the binding grip of the shadows. It was a faint hope, but it was enough to push him forward. The world around him shifted, just slightly, as if the fabric of reality itself had been stretched and pulled. The walls of Ashford seemed to bend, the mist swirling like a living thing, as though it had a life of its own. The figures, the lost souls of Ashford, began to appear again, tall, gaunt, their eyes empty and black, their faces twisted in agony. They moved slowly, aimlessly, their forms flickering in and out of focus like ghosts trapped between worlds. Ethan. The whisper came again, but this time it was different. It wasn't just the town. It wasn't Ashford speaking. This voice was human, fragile, desperate. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that voice. Ethan, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop it. His mind raced, his thoughts stumbling over each other as he tried to place the voice. It sounded so familiar, like a distant memory tugging at the edges of his consciousness. The figure with the gaping mouth and the red eyes stepped forward, its long, twisted limbs stretching unnaturally as it loomed over him. It didn't speak this time. Instead, it reached out, its skeletal hand curling toward Ethan's chest. No, Ethan gasped, instinctively pulling away. The figure's grip was cold, like ice, but his body had no strength to fight back. You are mine now, Ethan, just like the others. There is no escape. You're part of Ashford. The moment the figure's hand touched him, something strange happened. For a brief instant, Ethan felt a shift in the air, a crack in the endless fog. He wasn't sure if it was real, but the familiar voice, the one from the darkness, echoed again. Ethan, you have to fight. You have to break free. This is your chance. The fog around him seemed to part, if only for a second. The shadows that held him loosened, just enough for him to take a breath. Just enough to escape. But as quickly as the moment came, it was gone. The figure's grip tightened, its fingers digging into his chest, pulling him closer into the heart of Ashford. The town shifted around him again, the walls closing in as the shadows gathered like a storm. No one leaves, Ethan. No one escapes Ashford. The figure hissed, its voice cold and final. And then, something snapped inside him. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins, a primal urge to survive, to break free. His chest burned, his head spun, but he didn't stop. He fought the shadows, the grip, the suffocating weight of the town, with everything he had left. With every ounce of his willpower, he pushed against the dark force that had claimed him. The fog began to distort, swirling around him, the shadows retreating, writhing in pain. The figure recoiled, its hollow eyes widening in shock as the power that held Ethan began to crack, to unravel. For the briefest of moments, Ethan could see it. The truth. Ashford wasn't just a town. It was a living, breathing entity built on the souls of the lost. The mist, the shadows, the figures, they were all part of it, and the only way out was to confront it. But the cost was high. It would take everything from him. His will, his strength, his very soul. The figure lunged again, but this time Ethan was ready. With every last bit of strength, he tore free from the grip, pushing the figure back, stumbling toward the edge of the shifting, distorted town. And as the figure let out a terrible scream, one that shattered the very air, Ethan stepped into the light. The light wasn't warm, but it was something. Ethan's lungs burned as he stumbled forward, his legs shaking with exhaustion. His heart raced wildly in his chest, and his breath came in short, ragged gasps. The light, faint, fragile, grew brighter the closer he came, its warmth pulling him toward it like a lifeline. He had no idea what lay ahead, but it was the only chance he had left. He couldn't go back. Not to the shadows. Not to Ashford. Behind him, the figure, Ashford itself, howled in fury, its scream reverberating through the very walls of the town, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Ethan's pulse quickened. The air crackled with tension, and for a moment, it felt as though the very fabric of reality was stretching and tearing. The fog swirled around him, thick and suffocating as though trying to drag him back. The whispers, the voices of the lost, returned, louder now, desperate, reaching for him, clawing at his mind. You can't leave. You can't escape. You belong here. He shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, willing himself to push forward. Every part of him screamed to stop, to give in, to let the darkness consume him. But the flicker of light, the one that had appeared before him, in the deepest depths of the fog, was still there, burning bright in the distance. It was his only chance. With one last burst of energy, Ethan sprinted toward it. The ground beneath him felt unstable, shifting and cracking as though it were alive. He could feel the pull of Ashford's curse, its tendrils reaching out to grab him, to drag him back into the abyss. But he kept running, his heart beating louder than ever before. Louder than the whispers, louder than the figure's screams. And then, just when he thought he couldn't go any further, the light expanded, engulfing him. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Just a blinding light that surrounded him, filling every corner of his vision, every inch of his body. It was pure, intense, but not warm. It was sharp, searing through him like 1,000 needles. His chest tightened, his muscles locking in place, and for a brief instant, he felt his consciousness slip away. But then, as quickly as it had come, the light dimmed. The fog receded, pulling back like a curtain. The world around him began to shift, the light fading into a dull glow, the mist thinning, becoming something more familiar. He was no longer in Ashford. He was standing on a quiet street, the sun setting on the horizon, casting warm golden light across the world. The air smelled of fresh grass, of earth, of life. The weight that had pressed on his chest, the suffocating dread of Ashford, was gone. It felt normal. Ethan took a step forward, disoriented but hopeful. The world around him looked real, tangible, like something he hadn't seen in what felt like forever. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, he felt his breath slow, his pulse steady. He was free. But was he? As he walked further down the street, his surroundings became more vivid, more detailed. He could see houses, their windows glowing with the soft light of evening. He could hear the distant sounds of children laughing, of birds chirping, of life. And yet, something felt off. He turned around, scanning the empty street behind him. His stomach churned. There was something wrong, something he couldn't quite place. The buildings, though they looked familiar, felt like they were missing something. The light, though warm, was too perfect, too crisp. His heart began to race again, as if some invisible weight had returned. "You're not free." The voice came from behind him, faint but unmistakable. It was a whisper, low and familiar. It sent a shock of fear through him. He turned quickly, his breath hitching in his throat, but there was no one there. The street was empty. "You will never leave." The voice was louder now, more distinct. It felt as though it was coming from everywhere, from the very air around him, from the buildings themselves. Ethan's legs wobbled, and he stumbled backward, panic rising in his chest. The world around him, this place, this false reality, began to warp. The buildings cracked and splintered. The bright sky dimming, fading into a dark, unnatural hue. The ground beneath him began to tremble, as though the very earth itself were shaking. "You're still in Ashford." The truth hit him like a punch to the gut. His stomach twisted in horror as he realized the impossible. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. The town, the fog, it was all part of the cycle. The light had been nothing more than an illusion, a trick to lure him back, to pull him deeper into Ashford's grasp. Ethan collapsed to his knees, his hands clutching his head, his mind reeling with the crushing realization. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking. "No, please. I can't be back here." The whispers intensified, swirling around him like a storm, pressing in on every side. They were everywhere. Voices from the lost, from the souls trapped in Ashford. "It's too late, Ethan. You'll never leave. You've always been part of Ashford. You'll never escape the cycle." Ethan screamed, his voice ragged and raw, but his words were swallowed by the noise. The sound of the mist, of the whispers, of the town that had swallowed him whole. "There is no escape," the voice said again, louder this time, more certain. And then, the world around him shifted once more. The street, the houses, the light. They all disappeared, consumed by the fog. Ashford's twisted, decaying version emerged again, as if it had been waiting. The figures, the lost souls, began to materialize from the mist, their hollow eyes staring at him with silent judgment. Ethan's body shook, his mind breaking under the weight of it all. His hands gripped the ground beneath him, but it offered no comfort, no release. There was nothing but Ashford, nothing but the cycle. He had been drawn in, and now he was trapped, forever. The fog swirled around Ethan, thick and impenetrable, as he knelt in the middle of the desolate street. His breath came in shallow gasps, his chest rising and falling with the weight of despair. The voices, the whispers, were louder now, a cacophony of sorrow and pain that filled the air like a storm. It was as if the very essence of Ashford was screaming, a collective wail of the lost souls that had been trapped here for eternity. Ethan's hands trembled as he pressed them to the cold, damp ground, trying to steady himself. He had to think. He had to find a way out. But the fog seemed to press in on him, closing him off from any possibility of escape. The town, with its twisted streets and decaying buildings, was alive, watching him, waiting for him to give in. "You'll never leave." The voice. No, the multitude of voices, whispered in unison, their tone mocking, taunting. Ethan squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the sound, trying to force himself to focus. But it was impossible. The voices had become a part of the very air, a part of the town, and they would never stop. "You've always been a part of Ashford. You've always been one of us." The words seeped into his mind like poison, slowly crawling through his thoughts, wrapping around his soul. He tried to fight it, to push back against the overwhelming tide of dread that threatened to drown him, but it was no use. The town had claimed him. There was no escape. The figures, the lost souls of Ashford, had surrounded him now, their hollow eyes staring at him with a cold, unfeeling gaze. They were no longer just shadows. They were real, tangible. Their forms twisted and distorted by the curse that bound them to this place. Some of them reached out, their bony hands stretching toward him, as if they could pull him into the abyss with them. "Join us," one of them whispered, its voice hollow and distant. "There's no escape, Ethan. You're ours now." Ethan's breath hitched. He wanted to scream, but the words died in his throat. He couldn't speak, he couldn't move. His body was frozen, locked in place by the unrelenting grip of Ashford, the figure that had first appeared to him. The one with the hollow face, the glowing red eyes, stepped forward. It was closer now, towering over him, its form dark and distorted, its limbs stretching unnaturally long, like some grotesque puppet. It leaned down, its face, if it could even be called a face, mere inches from his own. "You were always meant to be here. the figure said, its voice like the scraping of metal on stone. "Ashford claims all who wander too close, and now you're part of the cycle. There's no end, no beginning, just endless torment, endless darkness." The figure's grin widened, revealing rows of jagged, yellowed teeth. Ethan could feel the bile rise in his throat, but there was nothing he could do. His body refused to move. The figure reached out, its long, claw-like fingers brushing against his cheek, its touch cold and unnatural. "We are eternal," the figure whispered. "We are Ashford, and now, so are you." Ethan wanted to scream. He wanted to fight back, but it was as if his very soul had been drained, leaving him hollow, empty. His mind swirled with confusion, with terror, but no clarity, no answers. Ashford was more than a town. It was a force, a malevolent entity that consumed everything in its path, everything that wandered too close. The ground beneath him trembled, and the fog grew thicker, swirling around him like a living thing. The whispers intensified, their voices rising to a deafening roar. Ethan felt his consciousness slipping, the fog clouding his thoughts, pulling him deeper into the abyss. He had fought so hard. He had hoped, even for just a moment, that he could escape. But there was no escape. There was only Ashford, and as the darkness closed in, as the fog consumed everything around him, Ethan finally understood. There was no end to the cycle. Ashford had no beginning and no end. It was a place outside of time, a prison for the lost, a place where the living and the dead were trapped together, forever. Ethan had crossed the threshold. He had entered Ashford, and now there was no leaving, no way out, no freedom. He was part of it now, and as the fog swallowed him whole, the final whisper echoed in his mind. One last time, "Welcome home." The stillness that followed was absolute. Ethan stood in the center of the dark, twisted town, his body numb, his mind drifting, as if he had become part of the landscape itself. Ashford's fog clung to him like a second skin, an oppressive weight that pressed against his chest. He was no longer sure of where he was, or even who he was anymore. The constant hum of the whispers, the disembodied voices that had been there from the moment he first arrived, had died down to a low murmur, but their presence lingered in the air like the scent of decay. Ethan blinked slowly, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The buildings around him were no longer familiar. What had once been the decaying, twisted shells of houses now seemed to shift with every glance, morphing into shapes and forms that were impossible to describe. The walls pulsed, breathing with an unnatural rhythm. The very ground beneath him seemed unstable, like a living thing, shifting in and out of focus. "You're here now." The voice spoke again, louder this time, rising from the depths of the mist. It was not the figure that had once haunted him with its hollow eyes and twisted grin. No, this voice was different. It was somehow more familiar, like a part of him that he had forgotten. Ethan turned toward the sound, his eyes squinting against the fog. But there was no one there. No figure, no shape. Just the thick, endless mist. "I've always been here, Ethan. You just never saw me before." The voice seemed to wrap around him, its tone almost comforting, yet heavy with an eerie undertone that sent a shiver down his spine. It wasn't a voice he recognized, but it sounded almost kind, almost human. "Who are you?" Ethan whispered, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in years. "What do you want from me?" A figure slowly emerged from the fog, its form indistinct at first, but then sharpening into clarity as it approached. Ethan's heart skipped a beat as he recognized it. The same long, twisted limbs, the same glowing eyes, but this time there was no malevolent grin. This figure seemed almost peaceful. It was a woman, or something that resembled one. Her face was pale, her features sharp, yet there was a sadness in her eyes that softened the otherwise eerie expression. She stepped forward, her movements slow, deliberate, and with each step, the fog seemed to recede just a little, revealing more of the nightmarish landscape around them. You've been here before. Ethan, the figure said, her voice soothing, like a lullaby. But you don't remember. You've come to Ashford countless times. Over and over. But you're different this time. You're more aware. You remember now. Ethan stared at her, confusion flooding his mind. His legs shook beneath him, his body wanting to flee. But his mind was glued to the strange figure before him. What do you mean? He asked, the words barely a whisper. The woman's expression softened, but there was no warmth in it. She tilted her head, studying him as if he were a curious object. I mean, this is your fate. You have always been a part of Ashford, Ethan. The cycle was never meant to be broken. You've tried before, haven't you? Her words sent a shiver through him. Memories he had long buried began to surface, dark flashes of past lives, of other versions of himself, of other attempts to escape. He remembered being trapped, lost, and yet each time he would wake up again, in Ashford, only to repeat the cycle. He had tried to escape once before, but someone, had always pulled him back, and now, standing before him, this strange figure was telling him the truth. He was trapped in a never-ending loop, a place that existed outside time, where souls came to be lost forever, and no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he fought, there was no escaping Ashford. Why? Ethan croaked, his voice thick with emotion. Why is this happening to me? Why am I here? The woman didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached out, her long, pale fingers brushing his cheek, her touch cold, but not entirely unpleasant. Her eyes were full of an ancient sorrow, a sorrow that seemed to stretch across lifetimes. Ashford is not just a place. It is a reflection of all the lost souls, all the regrets, all the pain. It's where time comes to die, where the cycle never ends. And you, Ethan, you're a part of it. You always have been. Ethan's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his hands gripping the earth beneath him. The weight of her words crushed him, suffocating him with the unbearable truth. He was just one of the many lost souls that wandered Ashford, forever trapped, forever cycling through the same torment, the same despair. You're not the first to arrive here, the woman continued, her voice distant, as though recounting a memory long forgotten. And you won't be the last. Every soul that walks through the fog is drawn here, just as you were. Ashford is its own prison, and the town will never let you go. It feeds off the lost, the broken. It thrives on their fear, their regret. Ethan looked up at her, his face pale and drawn, his eyes wide with disbelief. But there must be a way out. There must be a way to break the cycle. I can't. I won't be trapped here forever. She shook her head, her movements slow, almost mournful. You think you can break the cycle. But that's the illusion Ashford gives you. The cycle will always reset. You'll always find yourself back here, in the same place, fighting the same fight. It's how Ashford survives. Ethan's mind swirled with the horror of it all. Was it true? Was there really no escape? Was he doomed to repeat this nightmare over and over, trapped in the cycle of Ashford? There is no end to the cycle, she repeated softly, but you can choose. You can choose to accept your place here, to become part of Ashford, or you can continue to fight, to struggle. But know this, the more you fight, the more you resist, the stronger the cycle becomes, and the more it will claim. Her words hung in the air like a heavy fog, settling over him, pressing down on his chest. Ethan couldn't breathe. The weight of what she was saying crushed him. His mind, once sharp and determined, felt sluggish, weighed down by the overwhelming sense of futility. I'm sorry, Ethan, the woman whispered, her voice softening with something akin to compassion. But you are already part of Ashford, and nothing will ever change that. The fog began to swirl around them once again, the figures of the lost souls appearing in the distance, their hollow eyes staring, judging, waiting. The ground beneath Ethan's feet seemed to shift, and the world around him began to twist, becoming once again the decaying nightmare of Ashford that he had come to know so well. He wanted to scream. He wanted to fight, but the strength drained from him. He was nothing but a part of this cursed place now, caught in a never-ending cycle that would never release him. And as the mist closed in, as the town of Ashford pulled him back into its grasp, he understood. There was no escape. There never had been. Ethan awoke with a jolt, his body rigid, his mind still fogged by the remnants of the nightmare. For a moment, he wondered if he had truly woken up, or if he was still trapped in Ashford's relentless grasp. His heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the cracked, decaying walls around him, the familiar weight of the town pressing in on him from all sides. The mist hung in the air like an ever-present specter, the oppressive fog swirling around him. Again, he whispered to himself, the words barely a sound as they escaped his lips. He didn't need to look around to know where he was. Ashford had become his prison, a place where time no longer held any meaning. It was a reality outside of reality, a twisted world that bent and shifted around him, trapping him in an eternal cycle. He had been here before, many times, it seemed. Each time, he woke, only to find himself stuck in the same nightmare. The same town, the same mist, the same figures watching him with hollow, empty eyes. The fog had thickened overnight, or perhaps it had always been this way. The walls around him were cracked, their surfaces covered in layers of dust and decay. But something was different now. There was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sense that the town itself was aware of his presence. Ashford knew him now. It had been watching him, waiting for him to give in, waiting for him to accept his place among the lost. "You can't break free," a voice whispered from the darkness, and Ethan's heart skipped a beat. It was the same voice that had spoken to him before, the one that echoed in his mind, taunting him with the truth. "You're already here. You've always been here." Ethan squeezed his eyes shut, trying to shut out the voice, trying to block out the suffocating weight of Ashford's presence. But it was no use. The voice wasn't just inside his head, it was all around him, vibrating in the very air like a cold, malevolent pulse. "You are Ashford now, Ethan. And Ashford is you." The words lingered in his mind, the finality of them pressing down on him, smothering him. He had fought so hard. He had resisted, tried to break the cycle, tried to escape the endless pull of the mist, but it was futile. Ashford had claimed him, and now, like the others, he was part of its curse. He was trapped in this loop, this never-ending cycle of suffering and despair. But then, a flicker of something strange, pierced through the fog in his mind. A moment of clarity, like a single ray of light breaking through the darkness. For the briefest of moments, he remembered something. A fragment of hope. The door that had appeared in the distance. The one he had been drawn to when he had tried to escape the first time. It hadn't been a way out. It had been the gateway to another cycle, another loop. But this time he felt something different. Something shifting within him. He couldn't explain it, but for the first time since he had arrived in Ashford, he felt the faintest stir of resistance. "The door," he muttered under his breath. "I have to find it." The mist swirled around him, the figures in the distance moving like shadows in the fog. Ethan pushed himself up from the ground, his body weak, his legs unsteady, but he forced himself to stand. He had to keep moving. He had to find the door. The whispers in the mist grew louder. Like the collective voices of the lost souls surrounding him, their voices rising in a chorus of mockery and despair. "You can't leave, Ethan. You're part of us now." Ethan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He couldn't give up. Not now. There had to be something. Somewhere, hidden in the depths of this cursed town. There had to be a way out. He couldn't be the only one who had tried to escape. There had to be others, people who had fought before him, They couldn't all be lost. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. The figures, the souls of Ashford, continued to move around him, but he didn't look at them. He couldn't afford to. They were nothing more than echoes of the past, trapped in the same endless loop. He had to focus on the door, on the possibility of escape. The fog thickened, closing in around him, but he pushed forward. The air seemed to shift as he moved, growing colder, heavier, but Ethan didn't stop. The mist pressed against his chest, as though trying to push him back, but he fought against it. He had to keep going. And then, in the distance, he saw it, the door. It was the same as before, but this time, there was something different. The fog seemed to part around it, like the town itself was making way. The door stood there, slightly ajar, its surface weathered and old, but it was real. It was something tangible. Something that promised freedom, or at least the possibility of it. Ethan's breath quickened. He took a step toward it, then another, and another, until he was standing in front of the door, his hand trembling as he reached out to grasp the handle. "You can't leave," the voice whispered again, its tone filled with disdain. "The cycle will never end. You will never escape." But Ethan didn't listen. He couldn't. He had to take that chance. He had to open the door, to step through it, to break the cycle once and for all. With a single, determined motion, he turned the handle and pushed the door open. Beyond it, there was nothing. The door led to an endless abyss, a chasm of blackness that stretched on forever, consuming everything in its path. There was no light, no hope, just the emptiness of the void. Ethan's heart stopped. He stepped back, his mind racing. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be happening. "There is no escape," the voice said one last time, its tone triumphant. There never was. The door slammed shut behind him, and the world around him collapsed once more. The door slammed shut behind Ethan with a deafening finality, and the world around him collapsed back into the suffocating darkness. His breath came in jagged gasps, his heart racing with the overwhelming realization that he was trapped. Again. The once familiar fog had returned, thicker than before, pressing in from every side, obscuring his vision and clouding his thoughts. For a moment, everything was silent. The whispers were gone, the figures had retreated into the mist, and all that remained was the thick, oppressive air that clung to his skin, seeping into his very bones. The fog felt alive, pulsing around him like a living creature, as if it had become a part of him, feeding off his despair. He staggered backward, his legs unsteady beneath him. The ground seemed to shift with every step, as if the very earth beneath his feet were unstable enough to swallow him whole. His mind raced as he tried to process what had just happened. The door. It had been a lie. A cruel illusion crafted by Ashford itself, a false hope to lure him deeper into its curse. The door that had promised freedom, the one he had fought for, had led to nothing. Just an endless void, a chasm of darkness that consumed all light and hope. Ethan sank to his knees, his hands pressed to the ground for support as the weight of his failure crashed down upon him. His chest tightened with the crushing weight of despair. He had failed. He had tried, so desperately, to break the cycle, to escape the prison of Ashford. But now he knew the truth. There was no escape. Not for him. Not for anyone. Ashford was a place of endless repetition. A prison without walls. A nightmare that could not be outrun. Every soul that wandered into its fog became part of the cycle, doomed to repeat the same torment over and over again, trapped within its borders. The town didn't just claim its victims, it owned them, body and soul. His thoughts were interrupted by a low, grinding sound from the fog. His head snapped up, his eyes wide with terror as he tried to make sense of the sound. It was coming from all around him, as though the town itself were shifting, adjusting, changing to trap him even further. The fog grew thicker, swirling violently, and the ground beneath him rumbled, as if something large was moving beneath it. Ethan struggled to his feet, his legs shaking with weakness. He had to move. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't let Ashford claim him completely. But as he looked around, the once familiar streets of the town were gone. The fog had swallowed them whole, leaving only a vast, empty expanse of darkness that stretched in all directions. In the distance, he saw something, a figure. The same twisted, elongated figure that had haunted him throughout his journey. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, and its mouth, if it could even be called that, was a wide, gaping hole filled with sharp, jagged teeth. It was moving toward him, its long limbs twisting in unnatural ways, its steps slow and deliberate. Each movement was purposeful, as though it were savoring the moment before it reached him. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest as the figure drew closer. He could feel the weight of its gaze, its hollow eyes staring at him with a hunger that made his blood run cold. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen in place, unable to escape the pull of Ashford's curse. As the figure came closer, its voice echoed in Ethan's mind, not with words, but with a feeling, a deep, primal understanding. "You're not meant to escape, Ethan. You never were." The figure reached out, its skeletal hand hovering just inches from Ethan's face. He recoiled instinctively, but it was too late. The hand brushed against his cheek, cold and lifeless, sending a shock of ice through his veins. "You belong to Ashford now," the figure whispered, its voice low and resonant, as if it was speaking directly to his soul. "Just like all the others. And just like them, you will never leave." The figure's grip tightened around his arm, and with a sudden, jarring movement, Ethan was lifted off the ground, his body suspended in mid-air. The fog around him seemed to close in, the darkness pressing down on him from all sides. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. The figure leaned closer, its empty face inches from his own, its eyes glowing bright, searing into his soul. "Ashford is timeless," it said. "It feeds on the lost, on the broken, on those who think they can escape. But there is no escaping Ashford. Not now, not ever." The words burned into his mind, leaving an impression he couldn't shake. The figure's laughter echoed in the fog, a cold, hollow sound that reverberated through the very air, sending shivers down Ethan's spine. He tried to break free, to resist, but the grip of the figure was unyielding. His body felt heavy, as though he were being pulled into the very earth beneath him. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the grip loosened. The figure stepped back, vanishing into the fog, its presence fading like a bad dream. Ethan dropped to the ground with a harsh thud, his body aching, his mind reeling. The fog closed in around him, the whispers returning, louder than before. But this time, they were different. They weren't just the voices of the lost. They were his own voice, echoing in his mind, taunting him, accusing him of his failure. "You were never meant to escape." The words played over and over in his mind like a broken record. "You were never meant to escape." Ethan's chest tightened with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He had tried. He had fought with everything he had, but the cycle had claimed him. He was part of Ashford now. Just another lost soul, wandering the endless streets, trapped in an eternal loop of suffering and despair. And then, as the fog swallowed him once more, a final realization washed over him. The cycle was never going to end. Ethan's mind spun in a haze of confusion, his thoughts fragmented like shards of broken glass. His body, though physically exhausted, seemed to move on its own, drawn to the familiar, oppressive mist that encircled him. He was aware, more than ever before, of the twisted, infinite nature of Ashford, the endless repetition that gnawed at his soul, stripping away the last remnants of his identity, his humanity. He walked aimlessly, his feet carrying him down streets that never seemed to end, his eyes clouded with the fog, his thoughts muddled. The figures, those twisted, spectral beings that had once been human, moved around him, their hollow eyes following his every step, their whispers constantly in his ears. Their faces were etched with the same sorrow, the same despair that now consumed him. "You can't escape," they whispered. "You were never meant to escape." Ethan stumbled, his head heavy, his legs weak. Every step felt like it required all of his strength, every breath like a battle. He had tried to fight, he had tried to escape, but every attempt had failed. Ashford had claimed him, just as it had claimed all the others. It was a force beyond his understanding, a timeless entity that fed on the lost, on the broken. There was no victory here, only the endless loop of torment. As he trudged forward, his mind numbed by the endless cycle, a distant sound reached his ears. Faint at first, like a whisper carried on the wind. It was a voice, human, calling to him from somewhere in the distance. "Ethan, please. Don't give up." His heart jolted at the sound of his name. He stopped in his tracks, his body freezing in place, his mind momentarily clearing as he tried to make sense of the voice. It was faint, distorted by the mist, but it sounded like someone he knew. Someone real. "Who's there?" He called out, his voice rough, barely more than a whisper. The mist around him began to shift, swirling as though it were alive. The fog parted slightly, and for a brief moment, he saw it, a figure emerging from the mist. It was a person, their outline faint, their features obscured by the shifting fog, but they were real. They were solid. Ethan's pulse quickened as he stepped forward, desperate to reach them. His hands trembled, his heart racing with a mix of fear and hope. He could feel it. This was different. This was something more. He wasn't alone. There was someone here, someone who could help him. The figure moved closer, its presence almost ethereal, like a shadow in the mist. But as it came into view, Ethan's breath caught in his throat. It was him. It was Ethan, a version of himself, standing before him, but different. His eyes were hollow, dark, like the lost souls that wandered Ashford. His face was gaunt, twisted by pain and sorrow. But there was something else in those eyes, a sense of resignation, as though he knew the truth. The other Ethan smiled faintly, the expression hollow and tired. "You're still fighting, aren't you?" The figure asked, his voice echoing in Ethan's mind. "I was just like you once. I tried to break the cycle too, but there's no escape. Not for us." Ethan recoiled, his body trembling. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. His mind screamed for him to run, to escape, but his legs wouldn't obey. "I am you," the figure continued, his voice soft, almost sympathetic. "I'm the part of you that's already lost, the part that's already become a part of Ashford. You're still holding on, still trying to fight, but deep down, you know it's too late." The words tore through Ethan like a knife. He had already begun to feel the truth sink into his bones, the realization that he had always been a part of this cycle. Ashford didn't claim souls because they wandered into it. It claimed them because they were always meant to be a part of it. They were drawn to it, part of the endless cycle of loss and regret. "No," Ethan whispered, shaking his head violently. "No, I'm not like you. I won't become like you." But the figure only smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "You already are Ethan. You always have been. And now, you'll never leave." The fog swirled around them, thicker now, suffocating, as though the town was closing in on them. The other Ethan stepped forward, his hand reaching out toward him. "Come," he said softly. "Embrace it. There's no point in fighting anymore. Let go." Ethan's heart pounded in his chest, his body frozen, caught between fear and something else. Something darker. The fog around him pressed in closer, its presence suffocating, drowning him in its grip. The voices of the lost souls began to rise again, their whispers growing louder, filling the air with their hollow cries. "You are Ashford now," the whispers echoed. "You will never leave." Ethan's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his hands gripping the earth beneath him, his head spinning. The weight of the truth, of his place in this endless cycle, crushed him, tearing at his soul. He was a part of Ashford, just as the others were. He would never escape. He would never break free. The figure that was him stepped closer, its hollow eyes full of pity. It's time to let go, Ethan. Stop fighting. Ethan closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face as the weight of his fate sank into him. The town, the cycle, the fog, it was all part of him now. It had always been. And as the figure reached out to him, as the darkness closed in and the mist swallowed him whole, Ethan finally understood. There was no escape. There never had been. The suffocating embrace of Ashford's fog closed in on Ethan as the whispers grew louder, overwhelming his senses. He could feel the presence of the lost souls surrounding him, their hollow eyes staring into his soul, their voices rising in a chorus of despair. He had tried to escape. He had fought. He had resisted. But in the end, Ashford had claimed him. It had always been this way. It had always been inevitable. His body felt cold, numb, as if it no longer belonged to him. His limbs were heavy, like stone, and his mind spun in a haze of confusion and despair. The fog pressed in on him, making it hard to breathe, harder still to think. Every inch of his body screamed for escape, but there was no escape. Not from Ashford, not from this place. The other Ethan, the version of himself that had appeared in the fog, watched him with pity in his hollow eyes. It was as though he had already seen the end, and now he was waiting for Ethan to catch up. The figure reached out once more, his bony fingers extending as if to pull Ethan into the abyss. "You're part of Ashford now," the figure said softly. "There is no freedom here. There never was." The words sliced through Ethan like a blade, and he felt something inside of him break. He had fought so hard, but it was all for nothing. Ashford didn't want to let him go. Ashford didn't let anyone go. It consumed them, body and soul, until there was nothing left but an echo of their former selves, lost to the town forever. He sank to his knees, the weight of his despair overwhelming him. His chest tightened, and he gasped for air, but the fog only pressed harder, choking him. His hands trembled, and his mind swirled with images of the countless others who had wandered into this place, who had suffered the same fate. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. One thing that gnawed at him, pulling at the edges of his mind. The whispers, the figure, the fog. They had all told him that he was part of Ashford, that he would never leave. But he had felt it. There had been a moment, just before the door had closed behind him, where he had seen something, a flicker of hope, a glimpse of freedom, something that had made him believe there was a way out. I don't understand," Ethan whispered, his voice breaking. "Why? Why does it have to be this way?" The figure, his own reflection, his own shadow, paused, staring at him with that same sad, knowing look. Then, slowly, it stepped forward and knelt beside him, placing a cold, skeletal hand on his shoulder. "It's not about freedom, Ethan," the figure said softly. "It's about acceptance. The cycle isn't meant to be broken. It's meant to be lived. We are the lost, the broken, the ones who wandered too far and never found their way back." Ethan shook his head, his chest heaving with the weight of his grief. "No, I can't accept it. I won't. I won't be a part of this. I refuse to let Ashford have me." But the figure only sighed, its hollow eyes filled with pity. "You don't have a choice." Ethan's hands clenched into fists, the numbness in his body slowly beginning to ebb him. His mind was still clouded with the weight of Ashford's curse, but beneath it, something sparked. A small, fleeting thought. A question. What if it wasn't about escaping Ashford? What if it was about something else? Something more important. He remembered the door. The door that had appeared in the fog, the one he had tried to escape through. It hadn't been a way out, but it had been something. A chance. A moment of clarity. The figure, his reflection, had told him that Ashford was timeless, that the cycle could never end. But was that true? Could anyone break free? The fog seemed to shift around him as he stood up, his legs unsteady, but his resolve growing. "I don't care what you say," he said, his voice steadier now. "I don't care about the cycle. I don't care about Ashford. I'm not going to give in." The figure didn't respond. It only watched him with its hollow eyes, the same sad smile curling on its lips. Ethan took a deep breath, his mind clearing for the first time in what felt like forever. Ashford was not just a place. It was a manifestation of fear, of loss. It thrived on those who couldn't let go of their pain, their regrets. But if he could let go, if he could accept the truth, that he wasn't trapped, that he wasn't defined by the past, then maybe, just maybe, there was a way out. Not from Ashford, but from the curse that held him. "You're not real," he whispered, his voice gaining strength. "None of this is real. You're just a part of Ashford, a part of my own mind, and I'm done with it. I'm done with you." With a final, defiant breath, Ethan pushed past the figure, ignoring the coldness that gripped his body. He walked forward, stepping into the fog, his steps determined, his heart steady. He didn't know where he was going, but for the first time, he didn't care. The whispers grew louder, the figures emerging from the mist, reaching out for him. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The fog twisted, and the ground beneath him began to shift once more. But he pressed on, fighting the pull of the town, fighting the cycle. The figure, the reflection of his own despair, called out behind him, but Ethan didn't turn back. He couldn't afford to. "You will never escape, Ethan." But Ethan's resolve was stronger now, stronger than the weight of the town, stronger than the fog, stronger than the cycle itself. "I'm already free." And with that, the fog swallowed him whole. Ethan moved through the fog, his body trembling but his heart steady. The mist around him seemed to grow thicker, as if trying to swallow him. But he didn't care. For the first time since he arrived in Ashford, his thoughts were clear. The whispers, the cries of the lost, the figures that haunted him, they no longer had a hold on him. "You're not real." His words echoed in the mist, as if trying to drown out the pull of Ashford's curse. He could feel the weight of the fog around him, the pressure building with every step, but he pressed on. The town wasn't just a place. It was a manifestation of everything that had kept him trapped. The regrets, the pain, the fear, everything that Ashford fed on. If he could let go of that, if he could truly believe that he was not bound by his past, maybe, just maybe, he could break free. And yet, as he continued walking, something shifted in the fog ahead. At first, it was just a faint glow, dim, pulsing, as if a light had been ignited far away. Ethan's gaze locked on it. Could it be? Was this the final answer to his journey? His legs moved faster, his heart racing as the light grew brighter, more tangible. It was warm, real warmth, a stark contrast to the cold grip of Ashford that had held him for so long. The mist around him seemed to part, the ground beneath his feet steady, and the whispers began to fade into the distance. The oppressive weight of Ashford's presence lessened with each step. He could hear nothing now except for the beating of his heart and the distant hum of the light ahead. As he approached the light, he saw it, an archway glowing with a soft, radiant energy. The door. The same door he had seen before, the one that had taunted him with its illusion of freedom. But this time, it was different. This time, it felt real. Ethan stopped in front of it, his breath steady as he reached for the handle. He could feel the town's eyes on him, could feel the presence of the lost souls still watching, waiting for him to give in. The figure, his reflection in the mist, still lingered at the edge of his mind, whispering his inevitable fate. "You cannot leave. You will never leave. This is your place." But Ethan didn't falter. His hand closed around the handle, and for the first time, he didn't feel the fear. He didn't feel the pull of Ashford. He didn't feel the suffocating weight of its curse. With a deep breath, he turned the handle. The door creaked open, and the moment it did, the mist around him shattered. The ground beneath him cracked open, the fog swirling in on itself, retreating like water from a receding tide. Ashford's twisted, decaying buildings began to crumble, their forms warping and disintegrating, like a mirage fading into nothing. The figures, the souls of the lost, screamed in unison, their wails echoing in the air as they were consumed by the storm of light and energy that erupted from the door. Ethan stepped through it, and for the first time, he was free. The door slammed shut behind him with a deafening noise, but the sound was not a finality. It was a release. A break. The air around him was clear, the light warm and bright, but it wasn't the cold, harsh light of Ashford. It was gentle, welcoming, real. He collapsed to his knees, his body shaking with exhaustion, but there was no more mist, no more fog. The weight of Ashford's curse had lifted, and Ethan finally felt the sun on his face. He had done it. He had broken the cycle, or so he thought. The world around him began to shift. At first, it was subtle, a slight distortion in the air, a faint flicker in the light. Then, the ground beneath him trembled. Ethan looked up in shock. What had happened? He had escaped. He was free. The door had closed behind him, hadn't it? But as he tried to move, his feet felt heavy, as though they were stuck in mud. The air grew thick again, the warm light fading to a dull, gray haze. The ground cracked, and the fog began to return. No! Ethan gasped, his voice cracking as he stumbled back. This can't be happening again. But it was. The town was reappearing slowly, quietly, like a waking nightmare. The figures, those lost souls, those endless reflections, emerged from the fog once again. They watched him, their hollow eyes empty, their mouths moving as if they were calling to him. Ethan's body trembled as the same figure from the beginning, the twisted, grotesque shadow of himself, stepped forward. "You cannot escape," the figure said, its voice hollow, empty. "Ashford always claims the lost. It always pulls them back." Ethan's heart sank. He knew the truth. The door had been a lie. The freedom he thought he had found, it wasn't real. He wasn't free. He was caught in an endless loop, forever pulled back into Ashford, no matter how far he ran. The figure reached out, its long, bony hands stretching toward him, and as it did, the fog closed in again, thicker than before. Ethan could feel the walls of Ashford closing around him once more. "You were always meant to be part of this," the figure whispered. "Ashford's cycle is unbreakable. You belong here, Ethan. Just as I do." Ethan reached out, but it was futile. His body couldn't move. The fog surrounded him, suffocating him, and the whispers, the voices of the lost, filled the air again. The cycle wasn't broken. It had only just begun. The realization hit Ethan like a wave crashing against the shore, relentless, unavoidable. His hands trembled as he reached out to the thick fog, feeling it slip through his fingers like sand. His chest tightened with every passing second, and his breath quickened, the familiar feeling of despair creeping up his spine. He wasn't free. Not at all. The fog continued to swirl, and the figures around him, those same twisted, spectral shapes that haunted the town, moved closer. Their hollow eyes watched him, but their expressions were different this time. They weren't filled with pity or malice. No, there was something worse in those eyes now, recognition. Ethan had seen them all before, but this time, they weren't just the lost souls of Ashford. They were the same as him. They were trapped, just like him. The figure that had once been his reflection, the one that had watched him with empty eyes, stepped forward, its long, twisted limbs moving unnaturally, like a puppet with no strings. Its face, if it could even be called that, was a gaping void, and its hollow eyes locked onto Ethan's with an almost affectionate malice. You think you can escape. The figure's voice echoed in Ethan's mind, each word like a needle piercing his thoughts. You were never meant to leave, Ethan. You're part of this. You always have been. The figure's voice was hollow, its tone matter of fact, as if it were stating the truth rather than offering an ultimatum. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as the words sunk in. Ashford wasn't a place. It wasn't just some cursed town. It was a manifestation of something far older, far deeper. Something tied to him, to his very essence. The figures that surrounded him shifted and distorted, their forms flickering in and out of focus like broken reflections in a shattered mirror. But as they began to merge and change, Ethan could see something clearer in their eyes. Something that sent a chill through his bones. It wasn't just the town that had claimed him. It was his own soul. The realization crashed down on him like a tidal wave. You were never meant to escape, Ethan. You were always meant to return. You always will. He tried to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. The fog seemed to choke him, swirling tighter and tighter around his chest. The more he fought against it, the tighter it became. The ground beneath him buckled, the very world around him seeming to twist and distort, folding in on itself like an ancient, forgotten wound. The sky above him turned from gray to black. Ashford was no longer just a town. It was a prison. A sentient prison that fed off the souls that wandered through its mist. And Ethan, who had so desperately fought to escape, had never truly understood the horror of it. He had believed he was an outsider, someone who had merely wandered too far into its cursed embrace. But Ashford wasn't just a place. It was alive, and Ethan was part of it. It had always been part of him. You are Ashford. The words rang in his ears, louder now, drowning out everything else. The figure, the twisted reflection of himself, stepped closer, and Ethan could feel the pull of its presence. It was all around him, inside him. Ashford was a part of him, and he was a part of it. It has always been this way, the figure said, its voice now a soothing lullaby. The cycle, the loop, the endless torment. You will always return, Ethan. Every time you break free, every time you fight it, you will always return. And you will always forget, just as you've forgotten now. It's the nature of Ashford. The figure's long fingers reached out, and this time, Ethan didn't try to pull away. There was no point. The figure's touch was cold, lifeless, but it didn't hurt. In fact, it felt strangely comforting, like the embrace of an old friend, one who had been waiting for him all this time. You will be reborn in Ashford, Ethan. The figure's hollow eyes gleamed with an emotionless satisfaction. Just as I was, just as we all were. The fog swirled around them both, and the figures of the lost souls, Ethan's lost past, his other selves, began to form. They surrounded him, their faces familiar yet foreign. Each one was a version of him. Each one a manifestation of the life he had lived before. The versions of himself that had been caught in the cycle of Ashford, trapped in its fog, destined to return, over and over again. Each time a little more broken, a little more lost. Ethan fell to his knees, the weight of the truth crashing down on him. This was his fate. This was his life. There was no breaking the cycle. Ashford had always been a part of him, and no matter how many times he tried to escape, no matter how hard he fought, it would always claim him again. There was no freedom, no escape, and the figure, his reflection, was right. Ethan was Ashford, and Ashford was him. And so, the endless cycle began anew. Ethan's body trembled as the realization settled deep in his chest. The mist around him swirled, thickening as it began to take shape. The figures, his twisted, hollow reflections, watched him from the corners of his mind, their empty eyes filled with quiet, eternal sorrow. Each one a part of him, trapped in the unbreakable cycle of Ashford, forever repeating their fates, forever lost. And now Ethan understood. He had always been a part of it. His struggle, his fight for escape, had been an illusion. He had been fighting a battle he could never win. Ashford wasn't a place, it was a state of being. It was a manifestation of lost souls, of regrets that could never be undone. And he had wandered into its grasp like so many before him. And no matter how hard he tried, no matter how many times he broke free from its grip, he would always return. Always. You are Ashford now. The figure, his reflection in the mist, whispered the words once more, its voice like the calm before a storm. Ethan's mind screamed, the truth crashing through him like a wave, but he didn't fight it anymore. There was nothing left to fight. The weight of the fog, the weight of the cycle, it had consumed him, and now he was part of it. The town of Ashford stretched endlessly in every direction, its crumbling buildings and twisted streets a mirror of his mind. The fog rolled over them like a blanket, swallowing everything whole, leaving nothing but a cold, oppressive emptiness. The whispers of the lost souls echoed in the distance, their voices rising and falling in a haunting symphony. But Ethan no longer cared. The cycle had taken him, and now he was just another piece of the puzzle. But then, something changed. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. The fog parted slightly, revealing a faint light in the distance, a small, flickering beacon in the endless sea of darkness. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't much, but it was something. A spark of something different. He felt an unfamiliar pull toward it, as though it were calling him, beckoning him to follow. Despite the crushing weight of the town, despite the overwhelming pull of the fog and the whispers, he found himself moving toward it, his legs moving of their own accord, his body trembling with a strange, distant hope. The fog seemed to shift around him as he walked, the shadows creeping away from the light. The figures, the lost souls, watched him from the edges of his vision, but they didn't move closer. They were silent, as if they knew what he was about to do, as if they understood the significance of this moment. Ethan's feet carried him forward, step by step, through the cold, twisting streets. The light grew brighter, its warmth spreading through the fog, pulling him closer. And with each step, the weight of Ashford seemed to lessen, the air around him growing less suffocating, less oppressive. It was as though the very essence of the town was beginning to fade, to unravel. Finally, he reached the source of the light, a door. The door was unlike any he had seen before. It wasn't the same door that had appeared to him before, the one that had promised freedom only to lead him back to the cycle. No, this door was different. It was solid, real, and the light that emanated from it wasn't the harsh, artificial glow of Ashford. It was warm, golden, like the first rays of sunlight after a long, dark night. Ethan's hand shook as he reached out to touch the handle. His mind raced, his heart pounding in his chest. Was this it? Was this finally the end of the cycle? Could it really be true? Could this door lead him to the freedom he had always dreamed of? With a deep breath, he turned the handle. The door opened slowly, revealing nothing but a blinding light beyond it. Ethan stepped through, and as he did, he felt the pull of Ashford one last time. But this time, it wasn't oppressive. It wasn't suffocating. It was fading. The fog, the figures, the whispers, they all began to melt away, dissolving into the light. For the first time since he had entered Ashford, Ethan felt free. The light enveloped him, and for the first time in what felt like eternity, he felt peace. True peace. Ethan stood in the light, his eyes adjusting to the overwhelming brightness that enveloped him. For a moment, it felt like a dream, like the fog and the mist of Ashford had never existed. His body, once heavy with exhaustion and despair, now felt light, free of the chains that had bound him for so long. He felt a sense of relief, a sensation of calm he hadn't known in what seemed like forever. But as the light began to recede, something shifted. The warmth, the comfort that had surrounded him, started to fade. The golden light flickered, growing dimmer, until it was nothing but a faint, distant glow. He blinked, his heart skipping a beat as he looked around. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble, the air growing thicker with each passing second. "No," Ethan whispered, his breath catching in his throat. "Not again. Please, not again." The fog began to swirl around him, rising from the ground, thick and oppressive, just as it had before. The warmth of the light vanished, replaced by the cold, suffocating grip of Ashford. The whispers returned, louder now, their voices a chorus of despair, accusing him, mocking him. "You cannot escape. You belong here, Ethan." Ethan's heart raced as he stumbled back, his body shaking with the sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. He could feel the pull of the town once more, the weight of the cycle closing in on him. The door, the one he had just stepped through, was gone, replaced by the thick, unyielding fog. He tried to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. The figures, the lost souls of Ashford, began to emerge from the fog, their hollow eyes fixed on him, their twisted, skeletal forms moving toward him. Their voices joined in the chorus, their words merging with the sound of his own heartbeat. "You're one of us now. You will never leave." The figure, the twisted, broken reflection of himself, stepped forward, its long, bony hands reaching out to him. Ethan recoiled, his mind spinning, his body frozen in place. The figure's hollow eyes gleamed with an emotionless satisfaction, as though it had been waiting for this moment. "You cannot escape, Ethan. You were always meant to return." The mist thickened, closing in around him like a vice. He tried to move to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. His body was heavy, trapped by the fog, by Ashford itself. It was as if the very air around him had become a prison, suffocating him, preventing him from escaping. And then, in the distance, a sound. A door. The faintest glimmer of light shone through the fog. It was small at first, barely noticeable, but it was there. A door just like the one he had seen before. A door that promised freedom. Ethan's heart raced once more. Could it be? Was it real this time? Was this the door that would finally release him from Ashford's grip? With every ounce of strength left in him, Ethan forced himself to move. His body screamed in protest, his legs like lead, but he pressed on, driven by the tiny, fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. This time, the door wouldn't be an illusion. As he stumbled toward it, the mist seemed to pull away from him, as if the door itself were forcing Ashford to retreat. The figures, the lost souls, watched him from the edges of his vision, their hollow eyes following his every move, but they did not come closer. This time, the door was real. This time, it was his only chance. He reached for the handle, his breath shallow, his heart pounding. His fingers brushed against the cold metal, and in that moment, he felt it. The pull of Ashford, the curse that had claimed him, was lessening. The door was opening, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the fog began to thin. But as the door creaked open, Ethan felt something shift again, something deeper, something that went beyond the fog, beyond Ashford. A presence, a weight. No. The voice was faint at first, but as Ethan stepped through the door, the voice grew clearer. It wasn't just a voice, it was a presence, a figure. The door closed behind him, sealing the fog, sealing Ashford away. But only for a moment. For the briefest of seconds, the world beyond the door felt like it was his. The light, the warmth, the escape. But as he stepped forward, the ground beneath him trembled once more. The presence in the distance grew larger. And as Ethan turned around, his stomach dropped. The figure was there, standing in the mist. It was him. Not his reflection this time, not a twisted, distorted version of himself, but him. A version of him he had never seen before. Dark, broken, lost. The same eyes he had seen in the fog, only now they were filled with something else. Not pity, not malice, but something much more terrifying. "You thought you could escape," the figure whispered, its voice a ghost of the town's broken memories. "There is no escape, Ethan. Not for you. Not for any of us. The mist began to swirl again, and this time it wasn't just the fog. It was the town. The cycle. It was pulling him back, drawing him toward the figure, toward the darkness. You are part of Ashford. The words reverberated in his mind, in his soul, the final truth that broke him. And you will never escape. Ethan's body trembled, his hands shaking, his heart racing with terror. The light was fading, the fog closing in. He tried to move, but it was too late. Ashford's grip was tightening once again, pulling him back, dragging him into the cycle. The door was gone, and as the figure stepped toward him, the fog consumed him. Ethan's chest heaved, his heart pounding with a deep, primal fear as the mist closed in around him. The figure, the twisted version of himself, stood just ahead, its hollow eyes watching with an unsettling calm. Its presence felt like a weight on his chest, pressing down, suffocating him. The fog seemed to tighten around him, pulling at his limbs, his very soul, as if Ashford itself was alive, feeding on his terror. You thought you could break free. The figure whispered, its voice reverberating in Ethan's mind like a broken echo bouncing off the walls of his thoughts. But you will never leave, Ethan. Not while you're part of Ashford. His breath was shallow now, each inhale a struggle. His legs wobbled, barely able to support him as the suffocating fog swirled tighter around his body. It wasn't just the air that was heavy. It was the very essence of the town, the weight of its curse. The unshakable truth that he had always known, but had tried so desperately to ignore. Ethan had always been a part of Ashford. From the moment he had arrived. From the moment the fog had first wrapped itself around him, he had been bound to it. There was no escape. There never had been. The fog parted, but only slightly, revealing the decaying streets of Ashford once more. The twisted buildings, the distorted houses, the oppressive weight of the town itself. It all pressed in around him, a reminder of the cycle that he could never break. The figures, the lost souls, stared at him from the corners of his vision, their hollow eyes burning into his soul. You will be one of us, the figure said, its voice rising in pitch, as if savoring the finality of its words. Forever. You are Ashford's now. Ethan felt the words take root inside him, sinking into his chest like cold iron, an unshakable truth that he could no longer deny. He had tried. He had fought. He had tried to escape. But the cycle was endless, and no matter how far he ran, no matter how hard he fought, Ashford always pulled him back. It wasn't just a town. It wasn't just a place. It was a force that fed on the lost, a force that was tied to him, to his very being. He couldn't escape. You'll never be free. The figure repeated, its voice growing louder. The door, the light, they were all illusions. Ashford is a cycle that consumes all. You can't escape what you are. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The door, the light, the moment of hope he had felt before, it was all part of Ashford's curse. A cruel trick designed to pull him deeper into the cycle. There was no freedom, no escape. Ashford had always been inside him, and no matter how many times he thought he had broken free, it was always there, waiting. Ethan's knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his hands pressed to his face as the weight of it all crashed down on him. His mind reeled, the truth gnawing at his soul. There was no way out, there was no end. Ashford would never let him go. But then, as he sat there in the crushing darkness of his realization, something shifted. The fog began to retreat, slowly, almost imperceptibly, as if something else were moving beneath the surface. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and he looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. The door, it was back. Not the one that had led him into the abyss before, but a different one. A different door, glowing with the same radiant light he had seen earlier. This time, there was no hesitation in his heart, no fear, no doubt. It was just a door, a chance, and it was his only hope. With trembling hands, Ethan stood, his body still weak from the overwhelming weight of the fog, the town, and the truth he had just realized. But he had no choice. He had to try. He had to push forward. The figure, the twisted reflection of himself, watched as Ethan staggered toward the door, its hollow eyes filled with amusement. "You think this door will save you?" the figure called after him, its voice mocking. "It's just another illusion, Ethan. Another false hope. The cycle will claim you. Always." Ethan didn't answer. He couldn't. His legs carried him forward, each step growing stronger, more determined. The door was real. The light was real. And as he stepped toward it, the fog seemed to recoil, the oppressive weight lifting just a little bit more. "You will never escape." The figure's voice faded as Ethan reached for the door, his hand trembling but resolute. And then, in that instant, the door swung open. The light that flooded through the doorway was unlike anything he had ever seen. It wasn't just a glow. It was alive, radiant and pulsing with energy. The warmth of it filled him, and for the first time, he felt truly alive. He stepped forward, through the door, into the light, and the cycle shattered. For the first time, there was no mist, no fog, no figures. There was only light. There was only warmth, and Ethan was free. Ethan stood in the light, the warmth of it seeping into his skin, melting the fog and the shadows that had once surrounded him. The whispers were gone. The twisted figures, the dark, suffocating fog that had been Ashford, it was all gone. In its place was something entirely different, something he had never imagined, never even dared to believe could exist. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Ethan could breathe. The air was fresh, crisp, and clean. There were no heavy clouds hanging above, no oppressive weight pressing down on his chest. The world around him was bright, full of warmth and light. He could hear the sound of birds chirping in the distance, the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. It felt real. It felt alive. But even as he stood there, bathed in the soft glow of the new world he had entered, a part of him remained uneasy. It wasn't just the relief that flooded him. It was the silence, the peace. There was something disconcerting about it, as though the absence of Ashford had left a void that was just as consuming as the town itself. "Where am I?" Ethan whispered, the words escaping his lips before he even realized he had spoken. His voice sounded strange to him, too clear, too normal. It was as though the very act of speaking in this new world was something he had forgotten how to do. And then he heard it. A voice. Soft, distant, almost like a memory. "You're not done yet, Ethan." The voice was familiar. Too familiar. Ethan spun around, his heart racing, his breath catching in his throat. He hadn't seen anyone since he had stepped through the door, but now, standing just beyond the edge of the light, was a figure. A figure he knew too well. It was himself. Not the twisted, hollow version of him that had haunted Ashford. No, this figure was different. He was whole, real. His face was calm, his eyes bright with an intensity that Ethan hadn't seen in a long time. This version of him seemed peaceful. At peace. "You're still in the cycle, Ethan," the figure said, its voice soft but filled with an undeniable authority. "You've left Ashford." "Yes. But the cycle doesn't end with just escaping its fog. You still have a path to walk, a final decision to make." Ethan's chest tightened, his pulse quickening. "What are you talking about?" His voice cracked with desperation. I've escaped. I'm free. This is real. This is where I belong." But the figure only shook his head slowly, his eyes filled with a sadness that Ethan could not understand. "No, Ethan. You've only left Ashford physically. But the cycle lives within you, just as it does with all the lost souls. Ashford was never just a town. It was a manifestation of your fear, your regret, your brokenness. And you have brought that with you." Ethan took a step back, his body trembling. The figure's words were like ice, cutting through the warmth and the light, shattering the fragile peace he had just found. His mind was reeling. "No," Ethan whispered, shaking his head. "No, I'm free. I've broken the cycle. I've won." But the figure stepped forward, and with each movement, the world around them shifted, the light dimming slightly, the calm air growing colder. "You haven't won, Ethan. Not yet. You can't run from what's inside you. Ashford was a reflection of your soul, your brokenness. And until you confront that, until you truly understand the root of your torment, you'll never escape." Ethan's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his hands shaking as he clutched his head. The voice, the figure, the fog, all of it was rushing back, overwhelming him. For a moment, he felt the weight of Ashford again, like a looming presence, an endless shadow that clung to him, no matter how far he ran. "I don't want this. I don't want to be a part of that anymore. I want to live. I want to be free." The figure knelt beside him, his expression calm but firm. "You will never be free until you accept what Ashford was, Ethan. It wasn't just a place. It was a part of you, a reflection of everything you've ignored, everything you've buried. You can't escape it. You can't escape yourself." Ethan looked up at the figure, his reflection. He didn't understand. He didn't want to understand. All he wanted was to leave, to escape the weight of Ashford, to be done with the never-ending torment. But the figure's eyes never wavered, never looked away from him. "Face it, Ethan. Face what you are. Face what you've become." For the first time since he had arrived in Ashford, Ethan saw something in the figure's eyes, something he had never expected. "You are Ashford, Ethan. And Ashford is you." Ethan sat there, his body numb, his mind reeling from the weight of the figure's words. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. You are Ashford, and Ashford is you. It was a truth he had fought against, a truth that had haunted him since the moment he stepped foot in that cursed town. The cycle, the endless loop of torment, the fog, the figures, all of it had always been tied to him, to his fears, to his regrets. The light around him, once warm and welcoming, now seemed to flicker, fading in and out, as though even it couldn't escape the truth that had been laid bare before him. The door, the hope he had clung to so desperately, was not the answer. It was never meant to be. "No," he whispered, his voice barely audible, the word escaping his lips in disbelief. "No, I don't want this. I don't want to be part of this cycle." But the figure, his reflection, looked at him with a quiet, knowing expression. "You can't run from it, Ethan. It's inside you. It always has been. Ashford was never just a town, a place you wandered into. It's a manifestation of everything you've buried, your regrets, your fears, your brokenness. You carry it with you, even when you think you've escaped." Ethan's chest tightened, his heart pounding in his ears. The weight of the figure's words pressed down on him, suffocating him. The very air around him seemed to grow heavier, thick with the suffocating truth. He wanted to scream, to lash out, to fight against the inevitable. But deep down, he knew the truth. "I tried to escape," Ethan muttered, his voice shaking. "I fought for freedom. I fought to break free from this, from you." The figure nodded slowly, its hollow eyes filled with a kind of understanding, sorrowful but unmoving. "And yet, here you are. The more you fight it, the more you resist, the tighter the cycle holds. You can't outrun yourself, Ethan. The door, the light, they were never meant to free you. They were meant to make you face what you are, what you've become." The world around him began to distort again, the light flickering and warping, as though the very fabric of reality was stretching and tearing at the seams. Ashford, this twisted, endless nightmare, was folding back into itself, taking shape again. The figures, the lost souls, reappeared, their hollow eyes watching, waiting. Their whispers, once distant, grew louder, filling his mind with their voices. "You can't escape. You belong to Ashford. You are part of the cycle. Ethan's hands clenched into fists. The darkness of the mist swirling around him, pulling him deeper into the truth he had spent so long avoiding. His chest ached with the weight of the curse, the realization that there was no freedom. Not from Ashford, not from himself. But then, through the mist, a flicker of something else appeared, a small, dim light, like a distant star in a pitch black sky. It wasn't the door. It wasn't the hope he had once clung to. It was something different. Something real. The light wasn't an illusion. It wasn't Ashford trying to deceive him. The figure, his reflection, turned toward the light, his expression unreadable. That light won't save you, Ethan. But Ethan, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, didn't listen. He stepped toward the light, his body trembling but determined. His mind was clearer than it had ever been. The fog around him parted as he moved forward, the whispers of Ashford fading into the distance. He didn't know what the light was, but it was something he could believe in. Something real. "I'm done with this," Ethan whispered, his voice filled with a quiet defiance. "I'm done with Ashford. Done with the cycle." As he moved toward the light, the figure, the broken, twisted version of himself, stayed behind, watching him with an unreadable gaze. The mist began to recede, the figures dissolving into the fog, the weight of Ashford lifting from him like a burden finally set down. Ethan stepped into the light, and this time it didn't fade. Ethan stepped into the light, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The world around him was different this time. The light wasn't the harsh, blinding glow of illusion. It was warm, soft, and comforting, like the first rays of the sun after a long night. The fog had lifted, and the heavy weight of Ashford's curse seemed to dissolve. The oppressive presence of the town fading into nothing. For the first time in what felt like forever, he could breathe. The air was clean, crisp, and he could feel it fill his lungs, giving him strength, clarity. He looked around, his eyes wide as he took in his surroundings. The landscape was peaceful, a far cry from the decaying nightmare that had been Ashford. There were no twisted buildings, no misty streets, no shadows lurking at the edges of his vision. The world before him was vibrant, alive, untouched by the horrors that had bound him for so long. He took a step forward, his legs shaky at first, but then steadying as he moved further into the light. He didn't know where he was, or how he had gotten here, but it didn't matter. For the first time, he felt as though he was standing on solid ground, as though the world around him was real. But even as he marveled at the peace, something stirred deep within him. A quiet voice, faint but unmistakable, whispered in the back of his mind, "You're free, Ethan. For now." The words, though soft, sent a chill down his spine. The voice wasn't the figures. It wasn't Ashford's mocking presence. It was something else, something distant, like a warning carried on the wind. Ethan froze, his pulse quickening. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice trembling, though his eyes could see no one. The silence around him deepened, but then, from the edge of his vision, a figure appeared. It was a person. A woman dressed in flowing white robes, her face serene and calm, her presence radiating peace. She stepped toward him, her feet barely touching the ground, her movements graceful and fluid. "You are not done yet, Ethan," she said, her voice soft and melodic, yet laced with an undeniable power. "Ashford may be gone for now, but the truth you seek, the burden you carry, is still within you. You are free, but there is more to this journey than you know." Ethan's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "I escaped. I left Ashford behind. I'm free." The woman's expression softened, and she placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "Freedom is not the absence of chains, Ethan. It is the understanding of what binds you." Ethan stared at her, his confusion deepening. "But I've been trapped for so long. I fought to escape. I fought to be free. And now I am." The woman smiled, but it was not the smile of comfort. It was the smile of someone who knew something he didn't. "You have broken one part of the cycle," she said, her voice filled with a gentle sorrow. "But there are more parts to the puzzle. Ashford was not just a place. It was a reflection of your soul, of the pain you have hidden away, the regrets you've buried. You cannot escape it until you understand what it truly means." Ethan felt his chest tighten, the weight of her words sinking in. He had escaped Ashford, yes, but could he truly be free if he didn't understand the root of his torment? Could he escape the cycle if he didn't face the truth of who he was, of what had brought him to Ashford in the first place? The woman looked at him with eyes that seemed to see into his very soul. "Your journey is not over, Ethan. You have one last step to take, a choice to make. You must face the truth of your own heart, your own soul. Only then will you be free." The ground beneath his feet shifted slightly, and the light around him began to dim, as though the very fabric of the world was responding to the woman's words. Ethan stepped back, his mind swirling with questions, with doubts. "What truth? What do you want from me?" The woman's eyes softened. "I want nothing from you, Ethan. But you must face what Ashford was trying to show you. Only then will you truly be free." And then, as if her words had triggered something deep within him, the world around Ethan began to shift again. The peaceful landscape started to ripple, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a stone. The soft light began to fade, and the once clear path ahead grew murky, unclear. "No," Ethan shouted, his voice filled with panic. "I can't go back! I won't go back!" But it was already too late. The fog, the whispers, the endless cycle, it began to encroach upon him once more. This time, it wasn't Ashford itself that was pulling him in. It was something deeper, something buried deep inside of him. His own regrets, his own fears. The woman stepped back, her figure dissolving into the mist, her voice the last thing Ethan heard before everything went dark. "Face the truth, Ethan. Only then will you be free." Ethan's world went dark. His mind, already battered by the endless cycle of Ashford, now found itself suspended in the void. The oppressive fog, the figures, the whispers, they were all gone, swallowed by the abyss of his own thoughts. But the silence that followed was worse than the torment. It was the silence of the unknown, the silence that made his heart pound with an unbearable dread. He wasn't sure how long he had been in this state. Minutes, hours, days. Time had no meaning in this place. There was only the weight of his own mind, pulling him deeper into the shadows of his past. "Face the truth, Ethan." The voice of the woman echoed in his mind, its meaning swirling around him like a storm. He had thought he was free. He had thought that by leaving Ashford, by stepping through the door, he had escaped. But now, standing in the cold, endless darkness, he realized that escaping the town had been only the first part of his journey. The true test, the one that would finally release him from the cycle, lay within him. The ground beneath him shifted, the darkness around him swirling as if alive. Ethan tried to move, but his body felt paralyzed, unable to act. His mind was racing. He had to break free. He had to escape. But escape from what? What is the truth? He whispered to himself, his voice trembling in the void. And then, slowly, painfully, a memory began to surface. A flash of his childhood, a fleeting image of a home he had once known. His mother's voice, soft and soothing, calling his name. A smile, warm and comforting, as if everything in the world were perfect. But it didn't last. The image shattered, fading into 1,000 broken pieces. The fog cleared just enough for him to see another memory, this one darker. His father's harsh words, the anger, the fear that had come with it. His own guilt, the weight of expectations he could never meet. The feeling of being trapped in a cage, suffocating beneath the pressure of his own failures. "You're not enough, Ethan." The voice of his father echoed in his mind, cold and cruel. You'll never be enough. His heart raced, the old wounds opening up again, raw and exposed. The truth. The truth he had been avoiding. The truth he had buried so deep inside him that even he had forgotten it. Ashford had never been a place. It had been a manifestation of his own pain. His regrets, his fears, his failures. They had followed him, embedded deep in his soul, and they were what had kept him trapped in the cycle. Face the truth, Ethan. The woman's words pierced through the fog again, stronger this time. He couldn't run from it anymore. Ashford wasn't just a town, it was him. His brokenness, his fear, his guilt. All of it had fed the town, fed the cycle that had claimed him. Ashford had been his prison, but it had also been a mirror, reflecting everything he had been unwilling to confront. I am not my father. Ethan whispered to himself, the words trembling in the darkness. I am not my mistakes. I am not my regrets. For the first time, he felt a shift inside of him. The weight of his past, the pressure that had bound him for so long, began to lift, just a little. He had been running from it, running from the truth, but now he understood. The cycle hadn't been about Ashford at all. It had been about him. His fear of facing himself, of accepting the truth of who he was, of who he had become. I am not Ashford. The words were firm now, steady. He spoke them again, louder this time, his voice growing stronger with every syllable. I am not Ashford. The darkness around him began to shift. The oppressive weight of the fog receded, just slightly. The voices of the lost souls, his own, his father's, his mother's, faded, becoming distant, less real. The ground beneath him solidified, firm and unyielding. And the light that had once seemed so distant, began to grow brighter, warmer. I choose to be free, Ethan said, his voice now filled with conviction. I choose to let go. The mist dissolved, the fog clearing completely. As the landscape around him shifted once again, the darkness lifted, revealing a place he had never seen before. It wasn't Ashford. It wasn't the oppressive fog and the twisted streets. It was a quiet meadow, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight. A place of peace. Ethan stood there, breathless, as the weight of it all sank in. For the first time, he felt the light of the truth, not the illusion of escape, but the real truth, the truth of who he was. And in that moment, he knew. Ashford had never been about the place. It had been about him, about confronting the parts of himself he had feared, the parts he had buried for so long. And now he was free. Ethan stood in the meadow, the soft light of a new dawn stretching across the horizon. The world around him was peaceful, tranquil, a stark contrast to the chaos and suffering he had just endured. The air was fresh, the grass beneath his feet was soft, and the sky above was an endless expanse of blue, unmarred by the fog that had once consumed him. This was no illusion, no trick of Ashford. It was real. He closed his eyes, taking a deep, steadying breath, letting the warmth of the sun seep into his skin, into his bones. For the first time, he felt truly alive. The weight of Ashford's curse, the suffocating fog, the relentless cycle, it was all gone. The heavy chains that had bound him for so long had been shattered, and now there was nothing but open space, free for him to move through. But even as he stood there, basking in his newfound freedom, a flicker of doubt gnawed at the edges of his mind. Could it really be over? Had he truly broken the cycle, or was this just another step in the never-ending journey of suffering? The woman's words still echoed in his mind, a constant reminder that freedom wasn't just about escaping a place, it was about facing the truth of who he was. Face the truth, Ethan. The words reverberated in his mind, like a haunting refrain, urging him to confront something deeper, something he hadn't fully understood yet. What if this peace, this freedom, was only temporary? What if Ashford was still inside him, waiting to return? He shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. No. The word was firm, a declaration of his intent. I'm free. I choose to be free. With those words, he stepped forward, his feet finding the soft grass beneath him. The world felt real, and the more he moved, the more he believed it. The distant mountains on the horizon were still unmoving, and the light of the sun cast long shadows across the land. It was beautiful, an untouched world, a place where he could start over. But the calm didn't last long. As Ethan walked, the landscape began to change. The grass under his feet darkened, the sky above shifted from blue to gray, and the wind that had once been gentle turned cold and biting. The stillness in the air was replaced with an unsettling sense of familiarity. The fog returned, slow at first, curling at the edges of his vision. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but Ethan could feel it. A creeping, crawling sensation. It was as though Ashford itself was rising from within him, from the depths of his soul. The ground beneath his feet trembled, as if the earth itself were shifting, threatening to consume him once more. Ethan's breath quickened, his steps faltering. "No," he whispered, his voice shaking. "This can't be happening, it's over. I'm free." But the fog only thickened, closing in around him, obscuring his vision. The shadows in the distance began to take shape, figures moving through the mist, their hollow eyes watching him, their forms twisted and broken. The whispers returned, faint at first, then growing louder with every step he took. "You can never escape, Ethan. You are Ashford. You will always return." Ethan stumbled, his heart racing. The peace, the freedom, it was slipping away, replaced by the familiar grip of Ashford's curse. The figures, no, they weren't figures anymore. They were him. His past selves, his broken pieces, all of them returning to claim him, to pull him back into the cycle. "Stop," Ethan shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. "I'm not part of you anymore. I've faced the truth."
I'm free! I'm free!
But the fog only deepened, the figures closing in around him. Their hollow eyes glowed with a cold, unfeeling light. They were the lost, the broken, the forgotten parts of him, and now they were rising again, demanding their place in his soul. The ground beneath him cracked open, and Ethan felt himself falling, not into the abyss of Ashford, but into the void of his own brokenness. His regrets, his fears, they were all waiting for him, pulling him deeper, dragging him into the dark. "You can't run," the figures whispered in unison. "You can never outrun yourself." But Ethan didn't stop. His feet hit the ground as he tumbled through the fog. His body aching from the weight of his past, he couldn't give up. Not now. Not after everything he had fought for. In that moment, he realized something he hadn't understood before. The truth wasn't just about escaping Ashford. It wasn't about running away from his past or the cycle. It was about accepting it. Accepting that he wasn't perfect. That he wasn't free from his mistakes. He had to live with them. He had to become them. Because those regrets, those fears, they were a part of him, but they didn't have to control him. They didn't have to define him. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest as he pushed himself to his feet, his hands shaking. The fog was still closing in around him, but this time, he didn't retreat. He stood tall. He didn't have to fight the cycle anymore. He just had to live with it. Accept it. The figures reached out to him, their hands cold and lifeless, but Ethan stood firm. "I am not you," he said, his voice steady. "I am me. I am free." The figures faltered, their movements slowing, their hollow eyes losing their grip on him. Slowly, the fog began to dissipate, the figures fading into nothingness. The ground beneath him shifted back to solid earth, the sky clearing. The sun began to rise once more, its light warm and gentle. Ethan closed his eyes, letting the light wash over him. He didn't know what came next, but he knew this: he had broken the cycle. Not by escaping it, but by accepting it. By acknowledging that the pain, the regret, and the fear didn't define him. They were a part of him, but they didn't control him. For the first time, Ethan felt truly free. Ethan stood in the light, the last remnants of the fog retreating into the distance, swallowed by the dawning sun. The world around him was different now, more vibrant and real than it had ever been. The mist, the oppressive atmosphere of Ashford, had vanished entirely, leaving nothing but peace. The ground beneath him felt solid, unyielding, and the air was fresh, filling his lungs with a sense of renewal. He wasn't sure what had changed, but for the first time since he had entered Ashford, he felt whole. The weight of the cycle was gone. But even with this newfound sense of freedom, Ethan knew there was more. Something that lingered at the edges of his mind, something still unfinished. He looked around. The vast meadow stretched before him, bathed in soft sunlight. A few trees stood tall in the distance, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. It felt like an untouched world, a world full of possibility. He could take any path. He could go anywhere. And yet, there was something inside him, something deep, that told him he couldn't just move forward aimlessly. The journey had been long, and the truth had been hard to face. But he had learned something crucial. Freedom wasn't just the absence of Ashford or the fog. It was the acceptance of his own darkness, his regrets, his fears, his mistakes. He had come to terms with them. But that didn't mean they would disappear. They would always be a part of him, part of who he was. And now, it was time to decide what to do with them. The path ahead was open, but for the first time, Ethan didn't feel lost. What now? He murmured to himself, looking out at the endless possibilities before him. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear, but from a sense of anticipation. The weight of his past no longer held him back. He could move forward. He could choose. And in that choice, there was power. But the world around him wasn't static. It wasn't just a peaceful meadow or a bright horizon. It was alive, constantly shifting. It responded to his thoughts, his choices, his emotions. There was no final answer, no one way forward. It was a journey, a constant progression. And the path was his to carve. A sound reached his ears, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Ethan turned his head, and there, standing just outside the edge of the meadow, was a figure. A woman, dressed in white robes, her face serene and calm. The same woman who had guided him through the fog. She was smiling now, but this time, it wasn't the sad, distant smile of the past. This time it was a smile of understanding, of knowing. "You're not alone, Ethan," she said softly. "You've broken free from the cycle, yes. But now, you must walk forward. You must choose." Ethan nodded, his heart steady. "I've faced the truth. I've let go of the past. But I don't know what's ahead." "That's the point," she replied. "The path forward is yours to create. No one can walk it for you, not even me. But you are not alone. And you are never truly lost." The wind blew gently through the meadow, the trees swaying in rhythm with the breeze. Ethan looked out into the distance, at the vast, open landscape before him. There was no fog, no mist, no looming presence. Just open space, waiting for him to take his first step. Then, "I'll walk forward," Ethan said quietly. His voice was steady now, filled with a sense of purpose he hadn't known before. "I'll choose, and I'll keep going." The woman nodded, her smile warm. "That's all anyone can do." And with that, she stepped back into the mist, vanishing from view as if she had never been there. But Ethan knew that she wasn't gone. She was part of the truth he had faced, the knowledge that he wasn't alone. He had faced his own darkness, and now he could face whatever came next. He took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face, and began to walk. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, he felt ready. As Ethan walked, each step felt like a new beginning. The meadow stretched before him, a vast, open expanse with no end in sight. The sun bathed everything in golden light, but even the warmth was gentle, as if the world itself were cautious of the weight Ethan carried with him. The peace of this new world. The light, the fresh air, the freedom, was real. But so was the knowledge that this was just the first chapter of his journey. There was still much left to explore. He could have gone anywhere. The path before him was endless, yet it felt like the most natural thing in the world to walk forward. He wasn't running away from Ashford anymore. He wasn't trying to escape the past. Now, he was choosing to live, to move towards something undefined, something that didn't carry the suffocating weight of his past. The world around him responded to his presence, shifting gently as he moved. Flowers bloomed in his wake, trees swayed with the rhythm of the wind, and the earth beneath him seemed to soften, as though it, too, welcomed his steps. It was as if the very land was alive with potential, mirroring the changes within him. He was no longer a prisoner of the fog. He was a wanderer in a world that was his to explore. But as Ethan moved further along the path, he began to notice subtle shifts in the landscape. The meadow, though beautiful, was just the beginning. Up ahead, the horizon twisted into something more jagged, more defined. There were mountains now, towering above him, their peaks lost in clouds, and at the base of those mountains, a dense forest appeared, its dark green trees stretching far into the distance. The beauty of the meadow had faded behind him, replaced by something more complex, more uncertain. The land ahead was uncharted. The mountains represented challenges. The forest, mysteries. He could feel the pull to go deeper, to push himself further. But a question lingered in his mind. What is the purpose of all this? He whispered, more to himself than anyone else. What's the point of walking forward if I don't know what I'm walking toward? The question hung in the air like a heavy mist, but before he could dwell on it too long, he saw something move in the distance. A figure, a silhouette, standing at the edge of the forest. Ethan paused, his heart skipping a beat. His instincts told him to keep moving, to keep walking toward the unknown, but something in the figure's presence felt familiar, like it was calling him. He took a step forward, then another, and soon, he found himself walking toward the figure without thinking, drawn by an undeniable force. As he drew closer, the figure turned to face him. It was a man, tall and composed, his face calm and unreadable, his eyes shining with an intelligence that seemed to pierce through the world itself. He wore simple clothing, no robes, no shining armor, just a plain tunic, as though he were someone who didn't need to be seen. He was grounded, present in a way that Ethan hadn't experienced before. The man spoke without a word being exchanged between them, his voice reaching Ethan's mind directly. "You've come a long way, Ethan." Ethan's heart stilled, his mind racing. "Who are you?" he asked. The question came out louder than he expected, but it didn't matter. The man's presence was serene, and his calmness seemed to wash over Ethan. The figure smiled faintly, but there was no mockery in his expression. "I am someone who has walked the path you are beginning to walk. Someone who has understood the depth of this journey." Ethan's confusion deepened. "What do you mean? I don't understand. What's next? Where do I go from here?" The man didn't move, but his presence seemed to grow larger, filling the space between them. "The journey is always forward, Ethan. But it is also inward. The steps you take are not just toward new lands. They are toward the depths of your own soul." Ethan's breath caught in his throat. "Inward. Yes," the man said softly. "You have broken the cycle, but the path does not end here. Now you must choose what kind of man you will become in this new world. You faced the shadows within you. Now you must choose how you wish to live. The world is full of choices, full of paths. But remember this, each step you take will shape who you are, just as Ashford shaped you in its own way. This world will do the same, but only if you remain open to it." Ethan felt the weight of the man's words, each one settling deeper inside of him, like a seed planted in his soul. He had escaped Ashford, yes, but that was just the beginning. The world ahead was full of unknowns, and though it was bright and welcoming, it was also vast, its mysteries as deep and unfathomable as the darkness he had once faced. "I don't know what to choose," Ethan admitted, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do now." The man smiled again, this time with a hint of warmth. "You will know when the time comes. The journey is not about knowing where you are going. It is about learning as you walk. The choice is always yours." And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, the man began to fade, his figure dissolving into the mist and light around him, leaving Ethan standing alone once more. The landscape before him was now a landscape of endless possibility. The meadow was behind him, but the mountains, the forest, and the open fields ahead were his to explore. He was no longer bound by Ashford, no longer trapped by his past. He took another step forward, and this time, the world didn't feel like a trap. It felt like freedom. Ethan stood at the threshold of his future, the sun beginning to set behind the towering mountains that loomed in the distance. The world around him felt vast, untouched, but at the same time, it felt alive, brimming with possibility. The meadow he had walked through had faded into the background, but ahead of him lay an open path, stretching endlessly into the unknown. He felt a pull toward the mountains, their jagged peaks reaching for the sky, but something about the dense forest beside them called to him as well. Both paths seemed equally unknown, equally daunting. The choice was his to make. As Ethan stood there, unsure of which way to go, the quiet voice from before, the figure in white, returned in his mind. The words he had spoken echoed within him. "The journey is always forward, Ethan. But it is also inward." The weight of those words pressed against him. He had left Ashford, but he hadn't truly left the internal struggle. The path ahead was just as uncertain as the one behind him, but now, unlike before, he had the power to choose. The freedom to choose. Yet that freedom felt like a responsibility, an uncertainty that weighed on him. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his thoughts, but every time he opened them, his gaze drifted toward the mountains. The jagged cliffs, the winding paths, the promise of something beyond them, something that seemed more difficult and challenging, yet somehow more rewarding. The forest to his left, on the other hand, seemed darker, quieter. There was something mysterious about it, as though it were hiding secrets he wasn't yet ready to uncover. But there was a certain allure to that mystery, a call to discover what lay beneath the shadows, what lurked within the quiet. "I have to choose," he whispered to himself, the words tasting both foreign and true. His heart fluttered with the weight of the decision. Neither choice was easy. The mountains would require strength, endurance, perhaps even sacrifice. The forest could offer peace, but at the risk of falling into its depths, of getting lost among the unknown. Ethan's gaze shifted back and forth between the two paths. One promised a journey full of struggle and reward. The other promised an exploration of the unknown, but might leave him lost in its shadows. A thought crossed his mind. What if both paths lead to the same place? But then he remembered what the figure had said. The journey was inward as well as forward. The true test wasn't about where he would go. It was about who he would become along the way. "Who am I?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The answer didn't come immediately. His soul felt still, like a calm lake reflecting the infinite sky. His past had shaped him, but it did not define him. The choices ahead, both paths, would allow him to carve out his future, but only if he trusted himself to move forward. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, turned toward the mountains. It wasn't the easier path. It wasn't the one that promised peace or safety. But it was the path that would test him, push him to grow. It was the path that would lead him beyond his fears and into something more. Something new. Something worth becoming. Ethan walked toward the base of the mountain. the rocky path beneath him feeling firm and solid with every step he took. The breeze carried with it the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. The mountains loomed ahead, their peaks shrouded in mist and mystery, but for the first time, Ethan wasn't afraid. The mountain was a challenge, but it was also an opportunity to prove to himself that he had the strength to overcome whatever came next. As he walked, the air grew cooler, the climb steeper. His muscles burned, but each step felt more purposeful than the last. The further he walked, the more alive he felt. The mountain wasn't just a physical challenge, it was a metaphor for his soul. With every step, he was leaving behind the fog of Ashford, leaving behind the endless cycle that had once bound him. For the first time, Ethan felt the weight of his past transform. The struggle wasn't something to avoid. It was something to embrace. It was the crucible in which his true self would be forged. He wasn't just moving through the world. He was becoming a part of it. The sun sank lower behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the path. Ethan reached the first ridge and paused, looking out at the view before him. Below, the valley stretched out, the forest to his left like an untouched mystery, and the world beyond it shimmering with the soft glow of twilight. He didn't know what awaited him beyond the next ridge, but he knew this. He had chosen his path, and with that choice, he had chosen who he would become. Not Ashford, not the past, but him. The person he had always been, buried beneath layers of regret and fear. And with each step, that person was emerging. The journey ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, Ethan welcomed it. Ethan pressed on, each step becoming more deliberate, more certain. The mountains loomed ahead, their jagged peaks bathed in the soft orange and purple hues of the setting sun. The air had grown thinner as he ascended, but the landscape had opened up, revealing sweeping views of the world below. The forest he had left behind now seemed like a distant memory, its shadowy allure replaced by the bright, vast expanse that stretched before him. The climb had been tough, but as Ethan reached the top of the ridge, he felt an unexpected sense of accomplishment. He had chosen the more difficult path, but it was already starting to feel like the right one. The mountains had tested him, physically and mentally, and with each step, they had chipped away at the fears and doubts that had once held him captive. He stood at the edge of the ridge now, the world before him wide open, the path ahead unclear, but there was no more fog, no more whispers, just an expanse of possibilities waiting to be discovered. The wind howled through the rocky terrain, but it was no longer a threat. It was a reminder. This was his journey, and only he could decide how it would unfold. As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows across the mountainside, Ethan saw something ahead, something that hadn't been visible before. In the distance, barely noticeable against the backdrop of the mountains, was a structure. A large archway, weathered by time, stood at the entrance of a narrow pass. The stone was cracked and aged, but it was unmistakably a gateway. Ethan felt a pull toward it. He couldn't explain why, but the archway seemed significant, like a milestone in his journey. It wasn't a path he had expected to take, but the sight of it stirred something deep within him. He began walking toward it, his pace steady, his thoughts quiet. With every step, the world around him seemed to become more alive, more real. The air was fresh, the evening light casting a golden glow over everything. But as he moved closer, the feeling that something was watching him grew stronger. It wasn't fear. It was a subtle sense of awareness, as though the archway had been waiting for him. When he finally reached it, he stopped and stood beneath the stone arch. The gate was imposing, yet it felt like a part of him. He placed his hand on the cold stone, feeling its texture beneath his fingers. It was old, older than anything he had encountered so far in this world, but there was something about it that felt familiar. As his fingers brushed over the stone, a deep, resonating sound echoed from the arch. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible. But then it grew louder, and with it, a strange warmth filled the air, as though the very stones of the arch were alive. The ground beneath his feet hummed with energy. A voice, distant and echoing, filled his mind. "The journey is not over, Ethan. This is just the beginning." Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He had heard that voice before. It was the same one that had guided him through the fog. The one that had spoken to him in Ashford. He glanced around, but there was no one there. Only the archway and the path beyond it. "What do you mean?" Ethan called out, his voice firm, as if challenging the unseen presence. "This arch is a threshold," the voice replied, its tone calm, but filled with an undeniable weight. "It is the gateway to your next step. The mountains were your challenge, but this—" The voice trailed off, as if searching for the right words. Ethan felt a surge of impatience, but he kept his focus on the archway. He was ready to know what lay ahead. "This is where you must confront the choices you have made." The words hit Ethan like a stone. He stood frozen, trying to comprehend the meaning of what he had just heard. "What do you mean?" "I've already made my choice." The voice was quiet, as though it was speaking directly to his heart. "Your journey has not been about escaping, Ethan. It has been about understanding. The choices you make will shape who you are, and every step you take will reveal the next part of your path. The archway is not the end. It is the beginning of your true journey." A silence fell between them, and Ethan was left with the weight of the words that had been spoken. The arch before him had not been a random landmark. It had been a threshold, a point of transition. And he wasn't just moving forward, he was stepping into something deeper. The sky above darkened as the night began to fall, and the world around him seemed to pulse with the energy of the archway. Ethan felt the path ahead was no longer defined by the mountains or the forest. It was shaped by his choices, his inner truth. And though he had come far, he knew this was only the beginning. He took a step forward, his foot crossing the threshold of the arch. For the first time, he understood what the voice had meant. The path ahead was not predetermined. It wasn't about finding the right answers. It was about the choices he would continue to make, and how those choices would shape the world around him. He was the one who would define his future, not Ashford, not the past. It was his journey and his alone, and with that understanding, he walked forward into the unknown. Ethan stepped through the archway, the stone cool beneath his hand as it faded into the distance behind him. The air around him seemed to vibrate with an energy he couldn't fully understand, but the deeper he moved into the space beyond the arch, the more everything felt alive. It was as if the land itself was responding to his presence, shaping itself around his decisions, molding the world in real time. He could feel the weight of the choices he had made. The decision to leave Ashford, the decision to face his past, and the decision to confront the truth of who he was. But even as the landscape shifted around him, a new, unfamiliar feeling began to emerge. The serenity that had been so present in the meadow seemed to dissipate slightly, replaced by a sense of anticipation. The ground before him rippled, and the trees that lined the path began to grow taller, their branches twisting into strange, intricate shapes. The path ahead was no longer clear-cut. The land seemed to open up into multiple directions, each one leading to an unknown horizon. The choices now were more complex, more layered. There was no one path, no one answer. Each direction held a new possibility, a new challenge. He could see the mountains still looming in the distance, their jagged peaks obscured by the growing mist. But beyond them lay something else. A dark forest, dense and silent, its trees bending inward as if hiding something in its depths. Another path led toward a wide river, its waters shimmering with an unnatural light, winding its way toward a distant valley. And beyond the river, a distant city seemed to call to him. its towers rising against the sky like beacons of possibility. Ethan paused in the middle of the path, his heart racing. For the first time since he had stepped into this new world, he felt completely overwhelmed. There were so many choices, so many paths, each one leading somewhere unknown. It wasn't just about physical places anymore. It was about his journey inward. Each path seemed to hold the potential to define a part of himself. You must choose. The voice from before returned, gentle but firm, like a reminder echoing deep inside him. Ethan closed his eyes, the sound of the voice blending with the wind around him. He had come so far. He had broken free from Ashford's grip, from the fog and the chains that had kept him bound. But now, in this vast uncharted world, it was up to him. The next step, the next choice, his choice, would determine the person he would become. His mind raced with possibilities. The mountains, their peaks a symbol of challenge, of perseverance. The forest, a symbol of mystery, of facing the unknown. The river, with its flowing current, a path of change and transformation. The city, towering and distant, could represent order, society, a place where he could belong. Each one had its allure, its promise. What do I need to face next? He asked aloud, his voice steady despite the storm of thoughts in his mind. As if in response, the world seemed to pause. The wind stilled, the trees ceased their movement, and even the distant sound of the river faded into silence. For a moment, it was just him, alone in the vast expanse of choices. Then the answer came to him, quiet but undeniable. You need to face what you fear most. The part of you that still doesn't believe you deserve this freedom. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. That truth, buried deep within him, had always been there. Even when he fought against it. Even after leaving Ashford, even after breaking the cycle. There was still a part of him that didn't believe he could truly be free. The doubt that lingered in the corners of his mind. The world around him shifted again. The path before him was still open, still filled with choices. But now he understood. It wasn't about finding a path that promised freedom. It was about confronting his own belief in it. With a deep breath, Ethan took a step forward, his heart pounding with each movement. The forest was still there, beckoning him. The mountains still loomed in the distance, promising challenge and growth. The river flowed ahead, pulling him towards something unknown. Something transformative. He didn't know which path was the right one. He didn't know where any of these roads would take him. But for the first time, he realized something important. The journey itself was the answer. Each path represented a different aspect of himself. His doubts, his fears, his desire for peace, his need for challenge. The freedom he had fought for wasn't about escaping Ashford. It was about finding the courage to choose, to move forward despite the unknown. With that understanding, Ethan turned toward the forest, the path that had called to him the most. It wasn't the easiest path, but it felt like the one he needed to walk. It was the unknown, yes, but it was also a path that promised discovery, and that was what Ethan needed now to discover himself fully, without the chains of fear and regret that had once held him back. He stepped into the forest, feeling the cool shadows embrace him. The trees closed around him, their branches creating a canopy that shielded him from the light. But for the first time, he didn't feel lost. He felt grounded. The journey had only just begun, but now he was walking it with purpose. As Ethan entered the forest, the world around him shifted. The air grew cooler, the trees denser, and the ground softer, as though it was absorbing his every step. The path was narrow, winding between the towering trunks of ancient trees, their gnarled roots crisscrossing the forest floor. The light that had bathed him so warmly outside the forest had dimmed, filtered through the thick canopy above, leaving dappled shadows on the ground. There was an eerie quiet to the forest, the kind that pressed against your ears, filling the space with silence so deep that it almost felt alive. Ethan's senses were heightened, his every footfall echoing in the stillness. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and though the forest was alive, it felt like a world trapped in its own thoughts. He continued to walk, feeling the weight of his choices, the weight of this moment. He had stepped into the forest with determination, knowing that whatever lay ahead would be part of his journey. But even as he moved deeper into the trees, something unsettled him. The further he walked, the more the forest seemed to close in around him, the path becoming more winding and difficult to navigate. Ethan stopped for a moment, his breath catching as he looked around. The trees towered above him like silent sentinels, their bark rough and ancient. The shadows of the forest shifted with the movement of the leaves, and the very air seemed to hum with something just beyond his reach. He swallowed hard. He wasn't sure if it was the thickening fog or the pressure of his own doubts, but the forest felt like it was closing in on him. He wasn't just walking through the trees anymore. He was walking through his own fears, through the doubts that had followed him throughout his life. Suddenly, a movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention. He turned sharply, his pulse quickening, but there was nothing there, nothing but the ever-present forest. His mind was playing tricks on him, that was all. Yet the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight, grew stronger with each passing moment. The air thickened, heavy with an oppressive energy. It wasn't the quiet that made it so unsettling. It was the silence of something waiting, something watching. Ethan's instincts screamed at him to keep moving, to find the way out, but deep down, he knew the truth. There was no way out. Not yet. Not until he faced what he had come to confront. Ethan pressed forward, his steps unsure at first, then steadier. The path seemed to stretch endlessly before him, twisting like the vines that grew around the trees. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he knew this journey through the forest wasn't just about getting through it. It was about what the forest was trying to teach him. The deeper he went, the more he realized that this was no ordinary forest. It was a forest of reflection, a place where his own thoughts and fears materialized. The trees, the path, the shadows, they were all part of him. Every step forward brought him face with something he had been running from. His regrets, his guilt, his fear of truly being free. And then, as if the forest had been waiting for him to come to this conclusion, it appeared. A figure standing in the center of the path. A familiar figure, one Ethan had not seen in years, but whose presence had haunted him even in the darkest parts of Ashford. It was his father. He stood there, tall and imposing, the same cold expression on his face that Ethan had seen so many times in his childhood. His father's eyes were empty, unfeeling, his presence oppressive. "You think you can escape me?" His father's voice echoed in the forest, the words sharp and cutting. "You will always be what I made you." Ethan froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The air around him seemed to grow colder, the shadows of the trees deepening, closing in. His father's voice filled his mind, drowning out everything else. "You'll never be free, Ethan. You'll never be good enough. You'll always be my son, and you'll always carry that failure with you." The words stung, cutting deep into the raw places in Ethan's heart. He had spent so much of his life trying to escape that voice, that presence, trying to prove to himself that he wasn't defined by his father's expectations. But now, here it was again, standing before him, in the heart of the forest. He could feel the weight of his father's gaze, the heavy, judgmental stare that had haunted him for so long. It wasn't just his father standing there. It was everything that Ethan had feared. His doubts, his insecurities, the parts of himself that he had never been able to face. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he took a step back. But the figure didn't move. It stayed there, waiting, its eyes never leaving him. "You think you can move on?" His father's voice continued cold and cruel. You think you can be someone else, leave all of this behind. You can't. You are mine, and you will always be mine. Ethan stood there, frozen, his heart racing. The forest around him seemed to close in, and the figure of his father remained, unyielding, unshakable. He wanted to run. He wanted to turn away and escape the haunting presence. But he knew that wasn't the answer. I am not you, Ethan whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. The figure of his father faltered for a moment, his expression shifting, but only slightly. Ethan stood tall, forcing himself to look directly at the figure. He wasn't his father. He wasn't bound by the expectations that had defined him for so long. I am free, Ethan said again, his voice steadier now, stronger. And as the words left his mouth, the figure of his father began to fade, slowly dissolving into the shadows, his form disintegrating into nothingness. The oppressive weight of his presence lifted from Ethan's chest, the forest no longer suffocating him. The path ahead cleared, the trees opening up before him like an invitation, and the air grew warmer. Ethan took a step forward, feeling the forest change around him. The journey through the forest had been about facing what he had feared most, his past. His regrets, his father's voice. But now it was behind him. And with that, the true path forward was open. Ethan stood in the silence that followed, his heart still racing, but now a feeling of profound clarity washed over him. The figure of his father, once a looming specter of guilt and fear, had faded away, dissolving into the shadows of the forest. It wasn't gone completely, it was part of him now. An echo of his past that would always remain, but it no longer controlled him. The forest around him was quieter, the oppressive weight lifting with every step he took. The trees that once seemed to close in on him now appeared less intimidating. The air was fresher, and the ground beneath him seemed to welcome his movements, softer with each passing stride. He took a deep breath, savoring the change in the air. The forest had tested him, forced him to confront his deepest fears, but now it felt like a place of reflection. A place where he could leave behind what no longer served him. He had chosen the path into the forest, and now, as the mist began to clear, the path ahead was open again. He could continue forward, deeper into the unknown, but now the landscape before him felt different. He wasn't walking blindly anymore. He wasn't just running away from Ashford, from his past, or from the mistakes that had once defined him. Now he was walking toward something, toward a new version of himself, toward the man he was still becoming. The forest parted, opening up to reveal the next stage of his journey, a vast expanse of rolling hills, gently undulating under the warmth of the rising sun. It was quiet here, peaceful, but it wasn't an empty kind of peace. It was the kind of peace that came after a storm had passed, after the chaos had been confronted and settled. Ethan took another step forward, his heart beating more steadily now, the rhythm of his footsteps steady and sure. He didn't know what was ahead. He didn't know where the hills would lead him. But for the first time, that uncertainty didn't scare him. He had faced his past. He had faced the darkest parts of himself, and they had no power over him anymore. The wind carried the faint scent of wildflowers, and as Ethan moved forward, the hills before him seemed to stretch out endlessly, inviting him to explore. The path ahead was still uncertain, but he no longer feared it. His journey had always been about moving forward, about choosing. And now, the only thing left was to continue walking. As he made his way down the hill, his gaze caught sight of something in the distance. A distant city, its towers standing tall against the horizon. It wasn't a destination he had planned for, but it seemed to call to him. A glimmer of something new, something untouched. A place to begin again. Ethan's heart quickened at the sight of it. This city, its shining towers and vast streets, felt like the place where he could begin the next chapter. He didn't know what lay within it, But it wasn't the same as Ashford. And it wasn't the same as the forests he had passed through. This was something new, something built by the hands of those who had come before him. He began walking faster, the hills beneath his feet softening, the path ahead clearer. With every step, he could feel the weight of his past, his doubts and his fears, lifting even further away from him. They no longer held him back. The future was his to create. As he walked, the city grew closer, its towers towering higher, its streets more defined. He could feel it, the sense that this was where he was meant to go. A place where he could make his own choices, build his own life. A place where, for the first time, he didn't have to be anyone else's version of himself. It was his time, his turn. The city stood before him, full of promise and mystery, and with every step he took, he felt more alive than ever before. The choice was no longer about escaping. It was about becoming. Ethan reached the gates of the city as the last traces of sunlight faded behind the distant hills. The towering walls, crafted from stone and adorned with intricate carvings, loomed before him, standing as a testament to the many who had come before him. The city was vast, its towering spires cutting through the night sky like fingers reaching for the stars. For a brief moment, Ethan paused at the entrance, taking in the sight. The city was different from anything he had ever imagined. It was not the looming, oppressive presence of Ashford. It wasn't filled with fog or uncertainty. Instead, it felt alive with purpose. The streets were filled with people, their faces lit with the warm glow of lanterns and the soft hum of conversation. The city thrived with movement, life, possibilities. For the first time, Ethan felt the weight of his past fully lift. The city represented the beginning of something new. It was a place to start over. A place to truly begin living, not just surviving. He stepped through the gates, his eyes scanning the city around him. The air smelled different here, clean, fresh, with a hint of something fragrant that reminded him of the wildflowers he had passed earlier. There was a sense of possibility in every breath, and for the first time in a long time, Ethan felt at peace. He could hear the distant sounds of laughter, the soft murmur of the crowd, the rustling of the market stalls where vendors sold their goods. But as Ethan walked deeper into the city, a realization settled over him. This was just the beginning. His journey wasn't over. He had left Ashford, yes. He had walked through the forest, faced his past, and emerged stronger, but now came the true challenge. The city was not just a place of new beginnings. It was a place where he had to create something new. The people here, the city itself, was not going to define him. He had to define himself. His choices now would shape who he would become. Ethan walked through the bustling streets, unsure where to go next. His thoughts still swirled with the weight of his journey. What now? He had faced the darkness within him, but now came the difficult task of deciding what to do with the space he had created. Ahead, he saw a large square filled with people gathered around, watching a performance. Musicians played their instruments, and a group of dancers twirled in the center, their movements fluid and joyful. The crowd clapped in rhythm, their faces alight with happiness. There was no hurry here, no pressing fear or urgency. It was a celebration of life, of being. Ethan felt a tug in his chest. There was something about the music, the dancing, the joy of the people around him. It was a stark contrast to everything he had known before. The weight of Ashford, the suffocating fog, the haunting whispers. They seemed like distant memories now, fading with every step he took away from the darkness. But there was still one part of his journey left to face. Who would he be in this new world? He could feel the weight of that question, but it didn't scare him anymore. His past, the mistakes, the guilt, they had shaped him, but they no longer defined him. This city, this life, was his to create. As he stood there in the square, the music filling the air, Ethan made a choice. He wasn't going to let the past control him. He wasn't going to be defined by the expectations or fears of those who came before him. This was his story now, and it was his to write. He stepped into the square, blending into the crowd. The music surrounded him, and for the first time, he danced. Not to escape, but to embrace. To be a part of this new world. To find his place in it. And with that first step into the dance, Ethan knew the journey had only just begun. But this time, he was no longer running from something. He was walking toward the future. His future. A future he was free to shape. Ethan moved with the rhythm of the music. His feet light and steady as he joined the dancers in the square. The joy of the crowd, the vibrant energy in the air, filled him with a sense of liberation. The weight of his past, the endless fog, the cycle of Ashford, the painful truths he had confronted, seemed like a distant memory now. Here, in the heart of the city, surrounded by laughter and music, he was free. As the dance spun around him, his body began to flow with it, not out of obligation, but out of choice. His movements were no longer hesitant or stiff, they were fluid, confident. For the first time in what felt like forever, he allowed himself to just be. No past to run from, no mistakes to atone for, just the present, just this moment. The people around him smiled, laughing with the music, their joy infectious. For a fleeting moment, Ethan felt as though he had belonged here all along. The city, with all its possibilities, felt like a place he could finally call his own. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't easy, but it was real, and it was his. As the dance slowed, the music winding down into a soft, steady melody, Ethan found himself stepping away from the crowd, moving to the edge of the square. His heart was still light, his mind clear, but as he watched the dancers continuing their movement, a thought began to form in his mind. What now? The question lingered as he took in the city before him. It was alive with activity. Stalls lined the streets. The marketplace buzzed with voices, and people moved through the city with purpose. This was a world full of opportunities, and yet, it felt like a place where he still needed to find his role. He wasn't just a wanderer anymore. He wasn't escaping. He was here to build. Ethan turned toward the nearby alleyway, where a small group of people were gathered, deep in conversation. As he approached, he overheard their discussion about a new initiative in the city. A project to build a space for those who had nowhere else to go. A place where people could rebuild their lives, much like he had. It wasn't a large project, but it was a start, a small, humble beginning, but one that was full of potential. Curiosity sparked within him. Maybe this was his way forward. Maybe this was where he could channel the energy, the choices, the freedom he had just begun to understand. There was something about the idea of building, of creating something that would last, something that could help others find the freedom he had found, that resonated deep within him. He approached the group, listening intently as they discussed the challenges they were facing. There were logistical concerns, lack of resources, and a sense of uncertainty about how to even begin. Ethan felt a pull toward them. This was the kind of work that mattered. This was the kind of place where he could put his own experiences to use. One of the group members noticed him, standing at the edge of their conversation, and smiled warmly. "Can we help you with something?" she asked. Ethan paused for a moment, then nodded. "I overheard you talking about the project. I want to help." The woman raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued. "Help? How?" Ethan took a deep breath, realizing that this was the moment where his past, his choices, and his freedom all met. "I don't know exactly how yet, but I've been through a lot. I know what it's like to be lost, to be stuck. Maybe I can bring something to this project. Maybe I can help build something for people who are where I was." The woman smiled again, this time with understanding. It's about giving people a chance, isn't it? About helping them rebuild. We could use all the help we can get. We start small, but we'll make a difference. Ethan felt something shift inside him, something solidifying. This was the purpose he had been searching for. It wasn't about running from his past or hiding from the truth. It was about building, creating something better, not just for himself, but for others, helping people find the freedom he had discovered in the city, in the forest, and within himself. As he joined the group, sharing his ideas and listening to theirs, Ethan felt something deep inside him settle. He wasn't just walking through the city now, he was becoming a part of it. And this was his first step in shaping a new future, not just for himself, but for others. The city buzzed with possibilities, with life, with choices. And for the first time in a long while, Ethan felt ready to make them. His journey had been long and full of struggle, but it had led him here. To a place where he was free to build, free to create. And in that moment, he realized something else. The journey was not just about the destination. It was about the choices made along the way, and the people you helped, the lives you touched, the work you did. The city had offered him freedom, yes, but it had also offered him something deeper. The opportunity to shape his future, to make an impact, to help others find their way. And that was enough. Ethan's days in the city began to take shape, each one unfolding with the promise of new beginnings. The project he had joined grew with every passing week, a small community of people working together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. He spent his mornings helping with construction, his afternoons brainstorming ways to raise funds, and his evenings connecting with people who shared similar stories of loss, pain, and the desire to rebuild. Every day, the city seemed a little brighter, a little more alive. The project's focus was simple, but powerful: a community space for those who had lost everything. Whether it was their homes, their families, or their sense of purpose. A place where people could heal, learn, and grow together. And Ethan, though he wasn't entirely sure of what role he would ultimately play, knew that this was where he was meant to be. He had come from a place of darkness and had found light in the simplest of actions. Helping others. His past, Ashford, the endless cycle, the shadow of his father, no longer defined him. It wasn't that he had forgotten about it. Rather, it had become something he had come to understand, something that had led him to this point. He was no longer running away from it. Instead, he was using it as fuel to move forward, to help those who had walked the same broken path he had once walked. Ethan stood at the edge of the project site one evening, watching as the workers finished setting up a small garden area. It wasn't much yet, but it was a start, a foundation for something real. The laughter of children echoed in the background as they played nearby, their voices full of life. For a moment, Ethan closed his eyes and simply listened to the sounds of the city, the murmur of conversation, the clinking of tools, the wind moving through the trees. The city was alive, vibrant, and full of hope. And then, as if guided by a force beyond himself, Ethan began walking down the path that led away from the project site, the path that led to the heart of the city. He didn't know exactly why he was walking this way, but he felt a pull, a calling. He had learned to trust these instincts, these moments of clarity that came when he wasn't focused on a destination, but rather on the journey itself. The streets were quieter now, as the evening settled in, but there was still a hum of activity in the air. As Ethan walked through the winding streets, he came to a small square. At the center, a fountain bubbled softly, its waters glimmering in the soft glow of the lanterns, lining the cobblestone walkways. There were people sitting at benches, talking quietly, enjoying the warmth of the evening. In the corner of the square, a small cafe caught Ethan's eye. Its windows were fogged slightly, the warmth from inside spilling out into the cold air. Without thinking, he found himself walking toward it, drawn by the faint scent of coffee and the promise of a moment of peace. Inside, the cafe was cozy and inviting. Soft music played in the background, and the atmosphere was calm, a sanctuary from the business of the city. The barista behind the counter greeted him with a smile, and he ordered a simple coffee, sitting at a small table by the window. As he sat there, cradling the warm cup in his hands, Ethan reflected on how far he had come. The journey, though it felt long at times, had led him to this moment. It had taken him through darkness, through self-doubt, through pain, but it had also brought him to the light. He had found a new purpose, one that gave him a sense of belonging, a sense of meaning. The work he was doing in the city wasn't just a job. It was his way of contributing to something greater, something lasting. And in that, he had found his peace. As he sipped his coffee, a man sat down across from him, breaking the quiet. Ethan looked up, and the man smiled warmly. "Mind if I join you?" Ethan nodded, gesturing to the empty seat. The man was older, his face lined with age and experience, but there was kindness in his eyes. "I don't mean to intrude," the man said with a chuckle, "but it's not every day you meet someone who looks like they've been on a long journey. I can tell you've been through something, my friend." Ethan paused, surprised by the man's perceptiveness. He was right. Ethan had been on a journey. And in that moment, he realized just how far he had come. He wasn't who he had been when he first arrived in the city, when he had stepped through the archway in the forest, seeking an escape. No, he had found something much more valuable: purpose. "It's been a long road," Ethan said quietly, meeting the man's gaze. "But I think I'm finally where I'm supposed to be." The man smiled knowingly. "Good, because that's the only thing that really matters. Knowing where you belong. Knowing you have something to contribute. The world needs people like you, Ethan." Ethan felt the weight of those words settle deep inside him. For so long, he had been running from his past, trying to escape the weight of his own fears and doubts. But now, sitting in this small cafe, he realized that he didn't need to run anymore. He had found his place in the world. He had found his purpose. And as he looked out the window at the city beyond, Ethan knew that the journey was far from over. There was still much to learn, much to do, and much to give. But for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever came next. Ethan's days in the city began to take shape, each one unfolding with the promise of new beginnings. The project he had joined grew with every passing week, a small community of people working together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. He spent his mornings helping with construction, his afternoons brainstorming ways to raise funds, and his evenings connecting with people who shared similar stories of loss, pain, and the desire to rebuild. Every day, the city seemed a little brighter, a little more alive. The project's focus was simple, but powerful: a community space for those who had lost everything, whether it was their homes, their families, or their sense of purpose. A place where people could heal, learn, and grow together. And Ethan, though he wasn't entirely sure of what role he would ultimately play, knew that this was where he was meant to be. He had come from a place of darkness and had found light in the simplest of actions: helping others. His past, Ashford, the endless cycle, the shadow of his father, no longer defined him. It wasn't that he had forgotten about it, rather it had become something he had come to understand, something that had led him to this point. He was no longer running away from it. Instead, he was using it as fuel to move forward, to help those who had walked the same broken path he had once walked. Ethan stood at the edge of the project site one evening, watching as the workers finished setting up a small garden area. It wasn't much yet, but it was a start, a foundation for something real. The laughter of children echoed in the background as they played nearby, their voices full of life. For a moment, Ethan closed his eyes and simply listened to the sounds of the city, the murmur of conversation, the clinking of tools, the wind moving through the trees. The city was alive, vibrant, and full of hope. And then, as if guided by a force beyond himself, Ethan began walking down the path that led away from the project site, the path that led to the heart of the city. He didn't know exactly why he was walking this way, but he felt a pull, a calling. He had learned to trust these instincts, these moments of clarity that came when he wasn't focused on a destination, but rather on the journey itself. The streets were quieter now, as the evening settled in, but there was still a hum of activity in the air. As Ethan walked through the winding streets, he came to a small square. At the center, a fountain bubbled softly, its waters glimmering in the soft glow of the lanterns lining the cobblestone walkways. There were people sitting at benches, talking quietly, enjoying the warmth of the evening. In the corner of the square, a small cafe caught Ethan's eye. Its windows were fogged slightly, the warmth from inside spilling out into the cold air. Without thinking, he found himself walking toward it, drawn by the faint scent of coffee and the promise of a moment of peace. Inside, the cafe was cozy and inviting. Soft music played in the background, and the atmosphere was calm, a sanctuary from the business of the city. The barista behind the counter greeted him with a smile, and he ordered a simple coffee, sitting at a small table by the window. As he sat there, cradling the warm cup in his hands, Ethan reflected on how far he had come. The journey, though it felt long at times, had led him to this moment. It had taken him through darkness, through self-doubt, through pain, but it had also brought him to the light. He had found a new purpose, one that gave him a sense of belonging, a sense of meaning. The work he was doing in the city wasn't just a job. It was his way of contributing to something greater, something lasting. And in that, he had found his peace. As he sipped his coffee, a man sat down across from him, breaking the quiet. Ethan looked up, and the man smiled warmly. "Mind if I join you?" Ethan nodded, gesturing to the empty seat. The man was older, his face lined with age and experience, but there was kindness in his eyes. "I don't mean to intrude," the man said with a chuckle, "but it's not every day you meet someone who looks like they've been on a long journey. I can tell you've been through something, my friend." Ethan paused, surprised by the man's perceptiveness. He was right. Ethan had been on a journey, and in that moment, he realized just how far he had come. He wasn't who he had been when he first arrived in the city, when he had stepped through the archway in the forest, seeking an escape. No, he had found something much more valuable: purpose. "It's been a long road," Ethan said quietly, meeting the man's gaze. "But I think I'm finally where I'm supposed to be." The man smiled knowingly. "Good, because that's the only thing that really matters. Knowing where you belong. Knowing you have something to contribute. The world needs people like you, Ethan." Ethan felt the weight of those words settle deep inside him. For so long, he had been running from his past, trying to escape the weight of his own fears and doubts. But now, sitting in this small cafe, he realized that he didn't need to run anymore. He had found his place in the world. He had found his purpose. And as he looked out the window at the city beyond, Ethan knew that the journey was far from over. There was still much to learn, much to do, and much to give. But for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever came next. Ethan stood at the edge of the city as the final light of the day faded into the horizon, the last hues of the sunset casting a soft glow over the streets. The city was a place of endless possibility, and now it felt like a place he could truly call home. He had walked through the darkest parts of his past, faced his fears, and embraced the unknown, and in the process, he had found something far more valuable than he could have ever imagined: a sense of purpose. The project that had once been just an idea was now thriving. The community center was taking shape, brick by brick, and every person who stepped through its doors would find a place to heal, to grow, and to rebuild. for Ethan. It wasn't just about the physical space they were creating. It was about the lives they were touching, the connections they were forming. It was about hope, transformation, and the belief that, no matter how broken you were, there was always a chance to rebuild. As he walked down the familiar streets, greeted by smiles and waves from those he had come to know, he realized that his journey was never really about escaping his past. It had been about finding his way forward, about choosing who he wanted to be. Ashford, the forest, the city, none of it defined him. His choices did. He wasn't perfect. He didn't have all the answers. But for the first time, he was okay with that. He didn't need to be anyone else's version of himself. He just needed to be Ethan. And that, in itself, was enough. The city, with its noise and its quiet moments, was now a part of him. The work he had done, the people he had met, the lessons he had learned, they had all shaped him into someone capable of moving forward. His past was no longer a chain around his neck. It was a part of him, a story he had lived, but not the story that would define him. Ethan froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The air around him seemed to grow colder, the shadows of the trees deepening, closing in. His father's voice filled his mind, drowning out everything else. "You'll never be free, Ethan. You'll never be good enough. You'll always be my son, and you'll always carry that failure with you." The words stung, cutting deep into the raw places in Ethan's heart. He had spent so much of his life trying to escape that voice, that presence, trying to prove to himself that he wasn't defined by his father's expectations. But now, here it was again, standing before him in the heart of the forest. He could feel the weight of his father's gaze, the heavy, judgmental stare that had haunted him for so long. It wasn't just his father standing there. It was everything that Ethan had feared. His doubts, his insecurities, the parts of himself that he had never been able to face. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he took a step back. But the figure didn't move. It stayed there, waiting, its eyes never leaving him. "You think you can move on?" His father's voice continued, cold and cruel. "You think you can be someone else, leave all of this behind? You can't. You are mine, and you will always be mine." Ethan stood there frozen, his heart racing. The forest around him seemed to close in, and the figure of his father remained, unyielding, unshakable. He wanted to run. He wanted to turn away and escape the haunting presence. But he knew that wasn't the answer. "I am not you," Ethan whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. The figure of his father faltered for a moment, his expression shifting, but only slightly. Ethan stood tall, forcing himself to look directly at the figure. He wasn't his father. He wasn't bound by the expectations that had defined him for so long. "I am free," Ethan said again, his voice steadier now, stronger. And as the words left his mouth, the figure of his father began to fade, slowly dissolving into the shadows, his form disintegrating into nothingness. The oppressive weight of his presence lifted from Ethan's chest, the forest no longer suffocating him. The path ahead cleared, the trees opening up before him like an invitation, and the air grew warmer. Ethan took a step forward, feeling the forest change around him. The journey through the forest had been about facing what he had feared most, his past, his regrets, his father's voice. But now, it was behind him. And with that, the true path forward was open. Ethan stood in the silence that followed, his heart still racing, but now a feeling of profound clarity washed over him. The figure of his father, once a looming specter of guilt and fear, had faded away, dissolving into the shadows of the forest. It wasn't gone completely, it was part of him now. An echo of his past that would always remain, but it no longer controlled him. The forest around him was quieter, the oppressive weight lifting with every step he took. The trees that once seemed to close in on him now appeared less intimidating. The air was fresher, and the ground beneath him seemed to welcome his movements, softer with each passing stride. He took a deep breath, savoring the change in the air. The forest had tested him, forced him to confront his deepest fears, but now it felt like a place of reflection. A place where he could leave behind what no longer served him. He had chosen the path into the forest, and now, as the mist began to clear, the path ahead was open again. He could continue forward deeper into the unknown, but now the landscape before him felt different. He wasn't walking blindly anymore. He wasn't just running away from Ashford, from his past, or from the mistakes that had once defined him. Now he was walking toward something, toward a new version of himself, toward the man he was still becoming. The forest parted, opening up to reveal the next stage of his journey, a vast expanse of rolling hills, gently undulating under the warmth of the rising sun. It was quiet here, peaceful. But it wasn't an empty kind of peace. It was the kind of peace that came after a storm had passed, after the chaos had been confronted and settled. Ethan took another step forward, his heart beating more steadily now, the rhythm of his footsteps steady and sure. He didn't know what was ahead. He didn't know where the hills would lead him. But for the first time, that uncertainty didn't scare him. He had faced his past. He had faced the darkest parts of himself, and they had no power over him anymore. The wind carried the faint scent of wildflowers, and as Ethan moved forward, the hills before him seemed to stretch out endlessly, inviting him to explore. The path ahead was still uncertain, but he no longer feared it. His journey had always been about moving forward, about choosing. And now, the only thing left was to continue walking. As he made his way down the hill, his gaze caught sight of something in the distance. A distant city, its towers standing tall against the horizon. It wasn't a destination he had planned for, but it seemed to call to him. A glimmer of something new, something untouched. A place to begin again. Ethan's heart quickened at the sight of it. This city, its shining towers and vast streets, felt like the place where he could begin the next chapter. He didn't know what lay within it, but it wasn't the same as Ashford, and it wasn't the same as the forests he had passed through. This was something new, something built by the hands of those who had come before him. He began walking faster, the hills beneath his feet softening, the path ahead clearer. With every step he could feel the weight of his past, his doubts, and his fears, lifting even further away from him. They no longer held him back. The future was his to create. As he walked, the city grew closer, its towers towering higher, its streets more defined. He could feel it. The sense that this was where he was meant to go. A place where he could make his own choices, build his own life. A place where, for the first time, he didn't have to be anyone else's version of himself. It was his time, his turn. The city stood before him, full of promise and mystery, and with every step he took, he felt more alive than ever before. The choice was no longer about escaping. It was about becoming. Ethan reached the gates of the city as the last traces of sunlight faded behind the distant hills. The towering walls, crafted from stone and adorned with intricate carvings, loomed before him, standing as a testament to the many who had come before him. The city was vast, its towering spires cutting through the night sky, like fingers reaching for the stars. For a brief moment, Ethan paused at the entrance, taking in the sight. The city was different from anything he had ever imagined. It was not the looming, oppressive presence of Ashford. It wasn't filled with fog or uncertainty. Instead, it felt alive with purpose. The streets were filled with people, their faces lit with the warm glow of lanterns and the soft hum of conversation. The city thrived with movement, life, possibilities. For the first time, Ethan felt the weight of his past fully lift. The city represented the beginning of something new. It was a place to start over, a place to truly begin living, not just surviving. He stepped through the gates, his eyes scanning the city around him. The air smelled different here, clean, fresh, with a hint of something fragrant that reminded him of the wildflowers he had passed earlier. There was a sense of possibility in every breath, and for the first time in a long time, Ethan felt at peace. He could hear the distant sounds of laughter, the soft murmur of the crowd, the rustling of the market stalls where vendors sold their goods. But as Ethan walked deeper into the city, a realization settled over him. This was just the beginning. His journey wasn't over. He had left Ashford, yes. He had walked through the forest, faced his past, and emerged stronger, but now came the true challenge. The city was not just a place of new beginnings. It was a place where he had to create something new. The people here, the city itself, was not going to define him. He had to define himself. His choices now would shape who he would become. Ethan walked through the bustling streets, unsure where to go next. His thoughts still swirled with the weight of his journey. What now? He had faced the darkness within him, but now came the difficult task of deciding what to do with the space he had created. Ahead, he saw a large square filled with people gathered around, watching a performance. Musicians played their instruments, and a group of dancers twirled in the center, their movements fluid and joyful. The crowd clapped in rhythm, their faces alight with happiness. There was no hurry here, no pressing fear or urgency. It was a celebration of life, of being. Ethan felt a tug in his chest. There was something about the music, the dancing, the joy of the people around him. It was a stark contrast to everything he had known before. The weight of Ashford, the suffocating fog, the haunting whispers. They seemed like distant memories now, fading with every step he took away from the darkness. But there was still one part of his journey left to face. Who would he be in this new world? He could feel the weight of that question, but it didn't scare him anymore. His past, the mistakes, the guilt, they had shaped him, but they no longer defined him. This city, this life, was his to create. As he stood there in the square, the music filling the air, Ethan made a choice. He wasn't going to let the past control him. He wasn't going to be defined by the expectations or fears of those who came before him. This was his story now, and it was his to write. He stepped into the square, blending into the crowd. The music surrounded him, and for the first time he danced, not to escape, but to embrace, to be a part of this new world, to find his place in it. And with that first step into the dance, Ethan knew the journey had only just begun. But this time, he was no longer running from something. He was walking toward the future, his future, a future he was free to shape. Ethan moved with the rhythm of the music, his feet light and steady as he joined the dancers in the square. The joy of the crowd, the vibrant energy in the air, filled him with a sense of liberation. The weight of his past, the endless fog, the cycle of Ashford, the painful truths he had confronted, seemed like a distant memory now. Here, in the heart of the city, surrounded by laughter and music, he was free. As the dance spun around him, his body began to flow with it, not out of obligation, but out of choice. His movements were no longer hesitant or stiff, they were fluid, confident. For the first time in what felt like forever, he allowed himself to just be. No past to run from, no mistakes to atone for, just the present, just this moment. The people around him smiled, laughing with the music, their joy infectious. For a fleeting moment, Ethan felt as though he had belonged here all along. The city, with all its possibilities, felt like a place he could finally call his own. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't easy, but it was real, and it was his. As the dance slowed, the music wending down into a soft, steady melody, Ethan found himself stepping away from the crowd, moving to the edge of the square. His heart was still light, his mind clear, but as he watched the dancers continuing their movement, a thought began to form in his mind. What now? The question lingered as he took in the city before him. It was alive with activity. Stalls lined the streets, the marketplace buzzed with voices, and people moved through the city with purpose. This was a world full of opportunities, and yet, it felt like a place where he still needed to find his role. He wasn't just a wanderer anymore. He wasn't escaping. He was here to build. Ethan turned toward the nearby alleyway, where a small group of people were gathered, deep in conversation. As he approached, he overheard their discussion about a new initiative in the city. A project to build a space for those who had nowhere else to go. A place where people could rebuild their lives much like he had. It wasn't a large project, but it was a start. A small, humble beginning, but one that was full of potential. Curiosity sparked within him. Maybe this was his way forward. Maybe this was where he could channel the energy, the choices, the freedom he had just begun to understand. There was something about the idea of building, of creating something that would last. Something that could help others find the freedom he had found, that resonated deep within him. He approached the group, listening intently as they discussed the challenges they were facing. There were logistical concerns, lack of resources, and a sense of uncertainty about how to even begin. Ethan felt a pull toward them. This was the kind of work that mattered. This was the kind of place where he could put his own experiences to use. One of the group members noticed him standing at the edge of their conversation and smiled warmly. "Can we help you with something?" she asked. Ethan paused for a moment, then nodded. "I overheard you talking about the project. I want to help." The woman raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued. "Help? How?" Ethan took a deep breath, realizing that this was the moment where his past, his choices, and his freedom all met. "I don't know exactly how yet, but I've been through a lot. I know what it's like to be lost, to be stuck. Maybe I can bring something to this project. Maybe I can help build something for people who are where I was." The woman smiled again, this time with understanding. "It's about giving people a chance, isn't it? About helping them rebuild. We could use all the help we can get. We start small, but we'll make a difference." Ethan felt something shift inside him, something solidifying. This was the purpose he had been searching for. It wasn't about running from his past or hiding from the truth. It was about building, creating something better, not just for himself, but for others, helping people find the freedom he had discovered in the city, in the forest, and within himself. As he joined the group, sharing his ideas and listening to theirs, Ethan felt something deep inside him settle. He wasn't just walking through the city now, he was becoming a part of it. And this was his first step in shaping a new future, not just for himself, but for others. The city buzzed with possibilities, with life, with choices. And for the first time in a long while, Ethan felt ready to make them. His journey had been long and full of struggle, but it had led him here, to a place where he was free to build, free to create. And in that moment, he realized something else. The journey was not just about the destination. It was about the choices made along the way, and the people you helped, the lives you touched, the work you did. The city had offered him freedom, yes, but it had also offered him something deeper. The opportunity to shape his future, to make an impact, to help others find their way. And that was enough. Ethan's days in the city began to take shape, each one unfolding with the promise of new beginnings. The project he had joined grew with every passing week. A small community of people working together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. He spent his mornings helping with construction, his afternoons brainstorming ways to raise funds, and his evenings connecting with people who shared similar stories of loss, pain, and the desire to rebuild. Every day, the city seemed a little brighter, a little more alive. The project's focus was simple, but powerful: a community space for those who had lost everything, whether it was their homes, their families, or their sense of purpose. A place where people could heal, learn, and grow together. And Ethan, though he wasn't entirely sure of what role he would ultimately play, knew that this was where he was meant to be. He had come from a place of darkness and had found light in the simplest of actions. Helping others, his past, Ashford, the endless cycle. The shadow of his father no longer defined him. It wasn't that he had forgotten about it, rather, it had become something he had come to understand, something that had led him to this point. He was no longer running away from it. Instead, he was using it as fuel to move forward, to help those who had walked the same broken path he had once walked. Ethan stood at the edge of the project site one evening, watching as the workers finished setting up a small garden area. It wasn't much yet, but it was a start, a foundation for something real. The laughter of children echoed in the background as they played nearby, their voices full of life. For a moment, Ethan closed his eyes and simply listened to the sounds of the city, the murmur of conversation, the clinking of tools, the wind moving through the trees. The city was alive, vibrant, and full of hope. And then, as if guided by a force beyond himself, Ethan began walking down the path that led away from the project site, the path that led to the heart of the city. He didn't know exactly why he was walking this way, but he felt a pull, a calling. He had learned to trust these instincts, these moments of clarity that came when he wasn't focused on a destination, but rather on the journey itself. The streets were quieter now, as the evening settled in, but there was still a hum of activity in the air. As Ethan walked through the winding streets, he came to a small square. At the center, a fountain bubbled softly, its waters glimmering in the soft glow of the lanterns lining the cobblestone walkways. There were people sitting at benches, talking quietly, enjoying the warmth of the evening. In the corner of the square, a small cafe caught Ethan's eye. Its windows were fogged slightly, the warmth from inside spilling out into the cold air. Without thinking, he found himself walking toward it, drawn by the faint scent of coffee and the promise of a moment of peace. Inside, the cafe was cozy and inviting. Soft music played in the background, and the atmosphere was calm, a sanctuary from the business of the city. The barista behind the counter greeted him with a smile, and he ordered a simple coffee, sitting at a small table by the window. As he sat there, cradling the warm cup in his hands, Ethan reflected on how far he had come. The journey, though it felt long at times, had led him to this moment. It had taken him through darkness, through self-doubt, through pain, but it had also brought him to the light. He had found a new purpose, one that gave him a sense of belonging, a sense of meaning. The work he was doing in the city wasn't just a job. It was his way of contributing to something greater, something lasting. And in that, he had found his peace. As he sipped his coffee, a man sat down across from him, breaking the quiet. Ethan looked up, and the man smiled warmly. "Mind if I join you?" Ethan nodded, gesturing to the empty seat. The man was older, his face lined with age and experience, but there was kindness in his eyes. "I don't mean to intrude," the man said with a chuckle, "but it's not every day you meet someone who looks like they've been on a long journey. I can tell you've been through something, my friend." Ethan paused, surprised by the man's perceptiveness. He was right. Ethan had been on a journey. And in that moment, he realized just how far he had come. He wasn't who he had been when he first arrived in the city, when he had stepped through the archway in the forest, seeking an escape. No, he had found something much more valuable: purpose. "It's been a long road," Ethan said quietly, meeting the man's gaze. "But I think I'm finally where I'm supposed to be." The man smiled knowingly. "Good, because that's the only thing that really matters. Knowing where you belong. Knowing you have something to contribute. The world needs people like you, Ethan." Ethan felt the weight of those words settle deep inside him. For so long, he had been running from his past, trying to escape the weight of his own fears and doubts. But now, sitting in this small cafe, he realized that he didn't need to run anymore. He had found his place in the world. He had found his purpose. And as he looked out the window at the city beyond, Ethan knew that the journey was far from over. There was still much to learn, much to do, and much to give. But for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever came next. Ethan's days in the city began to take shape, each one unfolding with the promise of new beginnings. The project he had joined grew with every passing week, a small community of people working together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. He spent his mornings helping with construction, his afternoons brainstorming ways to raise funds, and his evenings connecting with people who shared similar stories of loss, pain, and the desire to rebuild. Every day, the city seemed a little brighter, a little more alive. The project's focus was simple, but powerful: a community space for those who had lost everything. Whether it was their homes, their families, or their sense of purpose. A place where people could heal, learn, and grow together. And Ethan, though he wasn't entirely sure of what role he would ultimately play, knew that this was where he was meant to be. He had come from a place of darkness and had found light in the simplest of actions, helping others. His past, Ashford, the endless cycle, the shadow of his father, no longer defined him. It wasn't that he had forgotten about it. Rather, it had become something he had come to understand, something that had led him to this point. He was no longer running away from it. Instead, he was using it as fuel to move forward, to help those who had walked the same broken path he had once walked. Ethan stood at the edge of the project site one evening, watching as the workers finished setting up a small garden area. It wasn't much yet, but it was a start, a foundation for something real. The laughter of children echoed in the background as they played nearby, their voices full of life. For a moment, Ethan closed his eyes and simply listened to the sounds of the city, the murmur of conversation, the clinking of tools, the wind moving through the trees. The city was alive, vibrant, and full of hope. And then, as if guided by a force beyond himself, Ethan began walking down the path that led away from the project site. The path that led to the heart of the city. He didn't know exactly why he was walking this way, but he felt a pull, a calling. He had learned to trust these instincts, these moments of clarity that came when he wasn't focused on a destination, but rather on the journey itself. The streets were quieter now as the evening settled in, but there was still a hum of activity in the air. As Ethan walked through the winding streets, he came to a small square. At the center, a fountain bubbled softly, its waters glimmering in the soft glow of the lanterns lining the cobblestone walkways. There were people sitting at benches, talking quietly, enjoying the warmth of the evening. In the corner of the square, a small cafe caught Ethan's eye. Its windows were fogged slightly, the warmth from inside spilling out into the cold air. Without thinking, he found himself walking toward it, drawn by the faint scent of coffee and the promise of a moment of peace. Inside, the cafe was cozy and inviting. Soft music played in the background, and the atmosphere was calm, a sanctuary from the business of the city. The barista behind the counter greeted him with a smile, and he ordered a simple coffee, sitting at a small table by the window. As he sat there, cradling the warm cup in his hands, Ethan reflected on how far he had come. The journey, though it felt long at times, had led him to this moment. It had taken him through darkness, through self-doubt, through pain, but it had also brought him to the light. He had found a new purpose, one that gave him a sense of belonging, a sense of meaning. The work he was doing in the city wasn't just a job. It was his way of contributing to something greater, something lasting. And in that, he had found his peace. As he sipped his coffee, A man sat down across from him, breaking the quiet. Ethan looked up, and the man smiled warmly. "Mind if I join you?" Ethan nodded, gesturing to the empty seat. The man was older, his face lined with age and experience, but there was kindness in his eyes. "I don't mean to intrude," the man said with a chuckle. "But it's not every day you meet someone who looks like they've been on a long journey. I can tell you've been through something, my friend." Ethan paused, surprised by the man's perceptiveness. He was right. Ethan had been on a journey. And in that moment, he realized just how far he had come. He wasn't who he had been when he first arrived in the city, when he had stepped through the archway in the forest, seeking an escape. No, he had found something much more valuable: purpose. "It's been a long road," Ethan said quietly, meeting the man's gaze. "But I think I'm finally where I'm supposed to be." The man smiled knowingly. "Good. Because that's the only thing that really matters. Knowing where you belong. Knowing you have something to contribute. The world needs people like you, Ethan." Ethan felt the weight of those words settle deep inside him. For so long, he had been running from his past, trying to escape the weight of his own fears and doubts. But now, sitting in this small cafe, he realized that he didn't need to run anymore. He had found his place in the world. He had found his purpose. And as he looked out the window at the city beyond, Ethan knew that the journey was far from over. There was still much to learn, much to do, and much to give. But for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever came next. Ethan stood at the edge of the city as the final light of the day faded into the horizon, the last hues of the sunset casting a soft glow over the streets. The city was a place of endless possibility, and now it felt like a place he could truly call home. He had walked through the darkest parts of his past, faced his fears, and embraced the unknown, and in the process, he had found something far more valuable than he could have ever imagined: a sense of purpose. The project that had once been just an idea was now thriving. The community center was taking shape, brick by brick, and every person who stepped through its doors would find a place to heal, to grow, and to rebuild. For Ethan, it wasn't just about the physical space they were creating. It was about the lives they were touching, the connections they were forming. It was about hope, transformation, and the belief that, no matter how broken you were, there was always a chance to rebuild. As he walked down the familiar streets, greeted by smiles and waves from those he had come to know, he realized that his journey was never really about escaping his past. It had been about finding his way forward, about choosing who he wanted to be. Ashford, the forest, the city, none of it defined him. His choices did. He wasn't perfect. He didn't have all the answers. But for the first time, he was okay with that. He didn't need to be anyone else's version of himself. He just needed to be Ethan. And that, in itself, was enough. The city, with its noise and its quiet moments, was now a part of him. The work he had done, the people he had met, the lessons he had learned, they had all shaped him into someone capable of moving forward. His past was no longer a chain around his neck. It was a part of him, a story he had lived, but not the story that would define him. As Ethan looked up at the stars beginning to appear above the city, he took a deep breath. His journey was still unfolding, but this was the beginning of something real. He had chosen the path forward. He had chosen to build, to live, to give. And in that choice, he found his freedom.